Hi everyone, and welcome to ProductCon. We are so excited to have you all here. Whether you're tuning in from home, joining with your team, or watching from the office, you are now officially part of the world's largest product conference, ProductCon, brought to you by Product School. ProductCon brings together the biggest community of product leaders in the world. We have over 10,000 of you joining us live online. These attendees are the best in the best of product. Think CPOs, VPs, and heads of product from Fortune 500 companies all over the world. You're about to hear from some of the brightest minds in product. They'll be sharing real stories, proven frameworks, and strategies that you can start using today. Throughout today's conference, make sure to explore all the different areas inside the platform. You can chat live during sessions, visit sponsors in the expo hall, and network with other attendees. You never know, the next teammate, mentor, or even customer might be just one message away. And don't worry if you miss a session. All the recordings will be available in the replay section as soon as the conference finishes. We're so proud to host this experience on Ring Central, and we're thrilled to have you all along for the ride. So get ready to be inspired, take notes, meet amazing people, and most of all, have fun. Hi everyone, and welcome to ProductCon. We are so excited to have you all here. Whether you're tuning in from home, joining with your team, or watching from the office, you are now officially part of the world's largest product conference, ProductCon, brought to you by Product School. ProductCon brings together the biggest community of product leaders in the world. We have over 10,000 of you joining us live online. These attendees are the best in the best of product. Think CPOs, VPs, and heads of product from Fortune 500 companies all over the world. You're about to hear from some of the brightest minds in product. They'll be sharing real stories, proven frameworks, and strategies that you can start using today. Throughout today's conference, make sure to explore all the different areas inside the platform. You can chat live during sessions, visit sponsors in the expo hall, and network with other attendees. You never know, the next teammate, mentor, or even customer might be just one message away. And don't worry if you miss a session. All the recordings will be available in the replay section as soon as the conference finishes. We're so proud to host this experience on Ring Central, and we're thrilled to have you all along for the ride. So get ready to be inspired, take notes, meet amazing people, and most of all, have fun.
Welcome, my friends, to ProductCon AI, our most technical conference ever, where the best product leaders show us how to build better products with AI. Now, this is not another technical webinar. No. It's a real hands-on conference where you will walk away with AI playbooks that you can directly plug into your business. Hopefully you all are excited because guess what? This guy is, yeah. Oh my goodness, so rude. Apologies, folks. How y'all doing? My name is DJ Will Gill. I am honored to be your MC and your DJ, and as of recent, your future product school student. Yeah, I'm doing big things over here. For those that don't know me, which I feel like is most of you all on the call, as I said a moment ago, my name is DJ Will Gill, corporate DJ, performing multiple Super Bowls, Formula Ones, and anywheres the stadiums allow me to take it to a level 100. I'm also a corporate MC, one-man team building show, and honestly, overall goofball. My goal is to show you all you're not watching a show, you are the show. And because of that, I got a few awards from Forbes and Wall Street Journal and Google, but honestly, my friends, as cheesy as it sounds, the real reward is getting to be all of you all's MC and DJ for this conference. So thank you kindly in advance. But enough about me, let's hear about all of you. To my understanding, we have over 10,000 product people joining us from all over the world. Wow. India, Australia's here, Spain, Brazil. What's up, Philippines? Thank all of you, every single one of you, for being here. Now, before we start, we are going to warm things up with a little 15-minute pre-party. Or should I say, I'm going to warm things up. I'm going to jump on my turntables and do what I do best. What I need from you all to do is get comfortable. Maybe make yourself a cup of coffee, a cup of tea, and explore all the different areas and features that our virtual conference platform, Ring Central, has to offer. I'll be playing some funky tracks, so you can use this time to turn your living room into a makeshift day club before we get started with today's events. Set your clocks, set your alarms. I will see you back on the main stage right here at 9:15 a.m. Pacific time.
We were good, we were gold, kind of dream that can't be sold. We were right till we weren't, built a home and watched it burn. I didn't want to leave you, I didn't want to lie, start
down the street with the brim pulled way down low. Ain't no sound but the sound of his feet. Machine guns ready to go. Are you ready? Hey, are you ready for this? Are you hanging on the edge of your seat? Out of the doorway, the bullets rip to the sound of the beat. Yeah. Another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust. And another one gone. And another one gone. Another one bites the dust. Hey, hey, I'm gonna get you too. Another one bites the dust.
Crashing on me for some reason, but your love keeps on coming like a thunderbolt. Well, come here a little closer, 'cause I wanna see you, baby, real closer.
Love it, uh-oh. So good it hurts, I don't want it. I gotta have it, uh-oh. When I can't find the words, I just go. I don't like it, no, I love it. I don't like it, no, I love it. Turn the beat up. Hey, now I'm glad to meet ya. Turn up, girl, blow the speaker. Yeah, think about it now, blow the speaker. I'll speak louder, let's get wild tonight. Billionaire bottles, we just down. I'm like, ain't no problem, all my wrongs are right. Alright, I don't like it, I love it. I got another coming in my budget. I got an anaconda in my trusty. Don't push it, cause I'ma hit it till I jackpot. That's right, wax on, baby, wax off. Act right, we can put it on the black card. All night and I'll spend it, cause I don't like it. I love it, uh-oh. So good it hurts, I don't want it. I gotta have it, uh-oh. When I can't find the words, I just go. I don't like it, no, I love it. I don't like it, no, I love it.
plans. I'm wearing all my favorite plans. Give me some space for both my hands. You, cause it goes on and on and on. And it goes on and on and on. Yeah, I throw my hands up in the air sometimes, saying, ayo, gotta let go. I wanna celebrate and live my life, saying, ayo, baby, let's go. Cause we gon' rock this club, we gon' go all night. We gon' light it up like it's dynamite. Cause I told you once, now I told you twice. We gon' light it up like it's
Did a full 180, crazy, thinking about the way I was. Did the heartbreak change me? Maybe, but look at where I ended up. I'm all good already, so moved on, it's scary. I'm not where you left me at all. So, if you don't wanna see me dancing with somebody, if you wanna believe that anything can stop me, don't show up, don't come out, don't start caring about me now. Walk away, you know how. Don't start caring about me now.
I want to stay, but I need to go. I want to be the best for you, but I just don't know what to do. Cause baby, yes, I've cried for you. The time that we have spent together, riding through this English weather. And as the pressure builds, so does the tension between you and me. Time has gone so fast, watching the leaves fall from our tree. And baby, I just want you to know I still love you, love you, love you, love you, love you, love
I want you to breathe me. Let me be your air. Let me roam your body freely. No inhibition, no fear. How deep is your love? Is it like the ocean? What devotion are you? How deep is your love? Is it like Nirvana? Hit me harder again. How deep is your love? How deep is your love? How deep is your love? Is it like the ocean? Pull me closer again. How deep is your love? How deep is your love?
Pa' este baile no hay salida, que corre el tiempo. Pégate y zumba conmigo con movimiento. Pa' este baile no hay salida, que corre el tiempo. Pégate y zumba conmigo con movimiento.
flashing signs. Seek it out and ye shall find. Old, but I'm not that old. Young, but I'm not that bold. And I don't think the world is sold. I'm just doing what we're told. I feel something so right, doing the wrong thing. I feel something so wrong, doing the right thing. I could lie. Everything that kills me makes me feel alive. Baby, I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. Baby, I've been praying hard. Said no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars. Lately, I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. Baby, I've been praying hard. Said no more counting dollars, we'll be.
Baby, this is what you came for. Lightning strikes every time she moves, and everybody's watching her, but she's looking at you. This is what you came for. Lightning strikes every time she moves, and everybody's watching her, but she's looking at
All right, welcome back everyone. Hopefully you all are feeling energized and are ready to learn from the best minds in AI. Now before we get started, a bit of a background on the company behind ProductCon, Product School, the global leader in product training. For over 11 years, Product School has helped product teams move faster, experiment smarter, and deliver real business outcomes. They've trained thousands of product professionals from Fortune 500 companies, not just to build better products, but to transform into outcome-driven, AI-enabled growth engines. So, what sets Product School apart? Great question, my friends. Firstly, their programs are led live by real product leaders from top Silicon Valley companies, people who've been in the trenches and know exactly what it takes to build at scale. And Product School is all about product. They make sure you get the practical skills you need to get results. Second, it's all about impact. Not just learning for learning's sake. Product School, it is helping teams and individuals move faster, experiment smarter, and deliver real results. We're talking improved adoption, faster time to value, and staying ahead of the curve, especially in this fast-moving AI era. But it's not just about teams. Product School also empowers individual product professionals with 5 instructor-led certifications that cover the entire product lifecycle, all taught in small interactive cohorts. And the best part, it is all taught live online. Now, watch this. Just for being here today, we have something special for you. Drum roll. Wait, I think I have one right here. There we go. 20% off Product School's unlimited membership. What? I know, right? That means you get access to all 5 certifications, also the global alumni community, a full library of on-demand content, and exclusive access to your personalized AI coach to help with things like resume reviews, building a PRD, or even reviewing your roadmap to put what you learn into action. Sorry, I'm just so excited about this. Can you believe this? Members, you are also invited to join us at any in-person ProductCon conference. How many do we have a year, Will? Great question. ProductCon, it happens 4 times a year, bringing this global product community together, and man, we are so excited all of you are a part of it today. So, whether you're here to gain actionable insights for yourself or bring them back to drive impact with your team, all of you, my friends, are in the right place. So here's the thing, AI, it's everywhere. And if you're not leading the way, you are falling behind. The challenge is that many product teams are struggling to use AI effectively. Engineering teams are cranking out new AI features constantly, and as a product manager, you have got to keep up. Recently, Andrew Ng, AI expert and founder of Deep Learning AI, said something huge, that on some of his teams, the ratio of PMs to engineers is as high as 2 to 1. Why is that? AI tools made engineers 10 times faster, but product decisions haven't increased at the same pace. Adding a chatbot or a few AI features here and there, it just won't cut it. You need to make smarter decisions about when and how to deploy AI to create real value. The problem, AI efforts often end up being soiled experiments rather than integrated into your core workflow. Without alignment, you will never see the real impact. And that's where Product School comes in. We don't do theory, we focus on practical, hands-on learning that gets your team deploying AI effectively. We start with the basics, understanding which problems AI can solve, and then we move fast. Rapid prototyping, quick feedback loops, and experimentation are at the heart of what we teach. To help you navigate the AI transformation journey, we've created a comprehensive guide designed to empower your product teams to build strategic AI capabilities. Based on insights from product leaders, this guide takes you through the challenges of AI adoption, presents actionable frameworks, and provides real-world use cases, all aimed at integrating AI into your team's daily workflows and achieving lasting results. So go ahead, scan the QR code, Simon says, and you will have the ability to download. Just by being here at ProductCon AI, it means you're on your way to becoming AI first. With that in mind, friends, let's dive in. Before we dive in, here are a few quick tips to help you get the most out of Ring Central, which of course is our online conference platform. Now, on the right-hand side of your screen, you'll see the chat bar. This is your space to connect with fellow attendees in real time. You can share your thoughts, your insights, and key takeaways as the talks are unfolding. Please note, hold on a second, this chat, it is for conversation around the content only. I realize I'm doing a square right now, sorry about that. But if you'd like to introduce yourself or drop your LinkedIn profile, we have a breakout space just for that, all right? That is designed specifically for networking. You can also download speaker slides during each session. Look for the download button beneath the speaker on the main stage. Can't catch everything live? No worries, no problem. Slides and session recordings will be available immediately after the event for you to revisit anytime. I'll go ahead and walk you through the rest of the Ring Central during our first break, but for now, I'm excited to kick things off and introduce our first speaker. Ryan Daly Gallardo is SVP of Consumer at Dow Jones, publisher of some of the world's most renowned newspapers, such as the Wall Street Journal. Today, Ryan is going to teach us how to build high-quality AI features. Ryan, take it away.
Hi, everyone, and thanks so much for being here today. My name is Ryan Daly, and I am the SVP of Consumer Product at Dow Jones. Today, I want to talk to you about something that's been gaining momentum in the publishing world: AI-generated summaries. So some people see this as disruptive. Others see it as exciting. Most, including myself, have just a lot of questions. But certainly we at Dow Jones saw this as an opportunity, not necessarily to chase a trend, but really to explore how this technology might help us serve our readers better, especially in a world where their time is more limited and their information needs are more complex, really, than ever. So instead of resisting it or rushing headfirst, we did something simple. We leaned in with curiosity, and we asked, what happens when we explore this shift with care? And what we found was not just reassuring, but it was really an energizing moment for the team. With that in mind, let's start with what's already true. Summaries are everywhere. They're no longer the next thing. They're no longer a shiny object. They're here now and to stay. Amazon summarizes reviews. Google uses them in featured snippets. ChatGPT can give you one in less than a second on any topic. Summaries, they show up in your inbox, your app notifications, even your smart speakers. So this isn't something audiences are waiting for. It's something they really have come to expect. And for good reason. Today's readers are balancing more complexity and access to information than ever. So really, when thinking through this wasn't just a product decision, it was a strategic one. We could ignore summarization entirely, and if we did that, we would risk falling behind entirely, offering users an experience that no longer met their expectations. But if we move too quickly and without thought and without care, we risk flattening what makes our journalism unique. Of course, when we first started to explore this idea, we had our own concerns, myself included, and I think they were very valid ones. One of the biggest concerns was, if we show a summary at the top of the article, won't readers just stop there and potentially even leave? And here's the thought logic behind that. You show readers a summary on the top of the article, they get what they need, they skip the article, they spend less time on site, and ultimately, potentially, higher subscriber churn. And we thought this to date because to date, many of our success metrics have focused on engagement. So things like time on page or total time spent with our products or articles per session or scroll depth. And it's natural to worry, if we offer something shorter, will readers stop going deeper? But instead of seeing that as a blocker, we really treated it as a starting point. It helped us shape a smarter approach, one rooted in curiosity, not necessarily caution. So to test, to learn, to build thoughtfully, and to really explore how summarization could support our mission without compromising it. And that's the path that led us to some surprising and inspiring results. So we approached this, again, not to prove a point, but really to get real answers. And our test question was very simple. What do AI-powered summaries do to user engagement? We weren't trying to confirm our hopes and dreams. We were open to really whatever the data showed us. And that's the value inherent in testing. It transforms some of those assumptions you might have into actual insights. It helps us make progress incrementally grounded in reality. We also knew that how we introduced summaries mattered just as much as whether we did. So we didn't just flip a switch. We made sure that we were building the right safeguards in place. So first and foremost, our newsroom and data science team partnered extremely closely together and through multiple iterations before landing on a prompt that matched our standards. The summaries themselves, the format, were presented in a bullet format, clear, structured, and helpful for scanning. And probably most importantly, every single summary was reviewed by a human editor before going live. So editors could rewrite, refine, or remove them entirely. And as you see on the screen, this functionality was actually integrated directly into our content management system, which is what you see. This helped us ensure that adoption was easy, and it was contextually paired with the original content. This keeps quality high and made sure the feature reflected our standards, not just a machine output. And that maintains trust, I think, both across all of our teams, but really ultimately trust with our readers. We then launched a test. So it was a clean A/B test. Half of users saw summaries, which you see on the right, and half did not. We tracked traditional engagement metrics being time on page and articles per session. And our goal here wasn't necessarily to find dramatic lifts in a huge success story. It was really to observe. Are summaries working the way we hoped? Are they hurting anything? So what did we see? There was no real drop in engagement. Readers who saw summaries stayed just as long and often explored just as much as those who didn't. So the kind of fear that some, including myself, had didn't necessarily appear. And with this in mind, we saw a path forward, a really flexible path forward that really just opened up another series of questions around what is the real value to readers for the AI summaries. The A/B test that we just walked through wasn't necessarily designed to capture all the means of value, especially since users don't have an interaction point with the summaries. So on the summaries and the visuals that you saw on the previous slide, you'll notice that there's no click, there's no action, or any other indicator that we could potentially measure as an additional form of engagement. But of course, those type of traditional engagement metrics only tell part of the story because not all value can be measured by time spent. So we kept going. We talked to readers to better understand the value AI summaries could bring. We talked to readers, both subscribers and non-subscribers, to understand the value that these bring and what role these summaries really play. And what we heard is that many readers found that the AI-powered summaries were additive to the experience. So first and foremost, summaries were acting as a guide for some stories. Think about the grounding overview or the table of contents of a book, especially on some of our dense or complex story. Think, as a user, help me get oriented so that I'm best able to consume and retain the content. The second is that they helped users gauge interest. So decide what to read and what to skip, empowering users with more information in how best to spend their time. So think, as a user, help me decide whether this is the story for me up front so that I don't get 2 paragraphs in and decide it's not the right story for me. Lastly, they allow users to get more in the same amount of time. So think, as a user, help me digest as much complex information as possible in the same amount of time so that I'm smarter. This was an interesting distinction with our users who are busy professionals. They didn't necessarily want to spend less time with us or as a time saver, but they wanted to consume more. It's definitely an important nuance and one that we've heard echoed in previous research around content density. Our readers, of course, are people. They're busy professionals, they're investors, they're decision makers, people with high expectations and limited time. So behind every click or scroll is one of them with needs, goals, and habits. And here's some of what they told us specifically about these summaries. This is a very positive feature. Using AI to improve the reader's experience, it is always welcome, but I still expect the feature to keep the substance and the quality of the information. It offers a little extra information to decide whether to read the article in full. This would likely influence my make or break decision on whether to read. Obviously, seeing 1 or 2 really bad summaries would shift my opinion. I think it would help me spend less time on articles I don't have a ton of interest in. So as you can see, these responses weren't passive approval. They were active validation. These users weren't asking for less journalism. They were asking for smarter access to it. So summaries didn't erode trust. They actually earned it by respecting our readers' time and judgment. And once we saw that clearly, it really changed how we thought about the role these tools could play, not just in engagement, but really in a long-term value. Summaries, they offer more than just convenience. They help readers cover more ground. They surface value faster, and they make dense or developing stories easier to approach. And even if a given feature is used by a portion of the audience and not everyone, for those who use it, the value is so high. And this is the direction of our digital products overall. We want to make sure that we're offering tools that serve different needs for different users or the same user on different days and at different times. One size does not fit all anymore. Some users want clarity, others want depth, sometimes the same user at different points throughout their day, and we can serve both. So we're refining how summaries appear. We're experimenting with the placement. We are thinking through personalization and adding new formats. And we're extending them into places where clarity and context can help the user. All, of course, while applying the same principles that we've discussed: thoughtful design, editorial oversight, and real-world testing to these and also other AI-assisted features. On this screen, you can see one of the next tests that is live as we speak. This is a small design refinement along with the ability for users to close and or open the summary itself on the article page. So we'll be testing the default state along with these two options: the left, a default open, and the right, a default close. So I'll leave you with this. Where are you holding back? Not because the idea is weak, but because the unknown might feel too risky. What assumptions in your work are you waiting to be tested? If there's one thing this process reminded us, it's that progress doesn't come from playing it safe. It comes from asking bold questions, testing them thoughtfully, and listening to readers, and being open to surprising and sometimes even better than expected outcomes. Thank you.
Let's give it up for Ryan. Yes, what an incredible way to kick off today's conference. Product School isn't just the global leader in product training and the powerhouse behind ProductCon, they're also the creators of the Product Podcast. Hosted by Carlos Gonzalez de Villambrosia, Product School's founder and CEO, the Product Podcast has been a go-to product resource for over a decade. Each episode features insightful conversations with CPOs and VPs at top tech companies, covering everything from breaking into product management and setting meaningful career goals to leading cross-functional teams and knowing when it's time to pivot. With over 8 million downloads, it's clear that product professionals around the world trust this podcast for inspiration and for practical advice. And today, we're doing something special. Oh yeah, you'll get not one, but 2 live episodes of the Product Podcast. But before we dive in, Carlos is here to share a few words about Product School and how their programs can help elevate your entire product team.
We are celebrating our 11th anniversary since we started Product School. I remember very well that product management wasn't cool at all back in the day. Now it's probably too cool. And it's incredible to see that our community has grown to over 2 million product professionals from all over the world. I'm very proud of being able to organize this type of conferences. We do it 4 times a year, ProductCon AI, as well as in San Francisco, London, and New York. Love hosting the Product Podcast. In fact, I hope you enjoy the session we're going to have with the Chief Product Officer from Grammarly. But the core of it, the core of Product School, our business is training. So we've been working with so many organizations, a lot of them in the Fortune 500, to help them upskill their product teams that build better products and ultimately drive better outcomes for their clients. This is something that I'm very, very passionate about, and the way we approach it is quite unique compared to, I would say, how traditional training has been done. I'm a strong believer in having practitioners. Best instructors are practitioners, are not teachers. So all of the instructors who teach at Product School are real-world product leaders that are actively working at some of the best companies in the world. Google, Netflix, Uber, you name it. The second point is the level of customization. There's no silver bullet in product management. Of course, there's a set of best practices, and that's a good reference point, but ultimately the real gains happen when we're able to customize those best practices to what companies are actually doing and what they need. So taking that one-to-one approach for every single engagement is something that I want to continue doing. I know it's hard to scale, but it's absolutely necessary in order to drive better outcomes. And the other part is the live component. I'm just not a believer in learning through just videos. I believe videos are a good supplement, but ultimately having the access to live interaction in small cohorts so those practitioners can be there with you, can act as your coach, is something that we've proven that delivers better results. So this is something that I've been doing for a very long time. In fact, 11 years. Some of our clients include financial companies and financial institutions such as JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, or Capital One. We also work with a lot of healthcare organizations such as Walgreens, Kaiser Permanente. We work in telecom sector with companies such as British Telecom or Cox Communications. Because ultimately, every company is a software company and they have digital products. So I want you to think about us as your thought partner, as your coach, to elevate the quality of your product teams. And if this is something that you are interested in, feel free to connect with us or even with me directly on LinkedIn. With that said, hope you enjoy the Product Podcast episode.
Thank you for that, Carlos. Now, friends, it's time for our first episode of the Product Podcast with a very special guest, CPO at Grammarly, Noam Lovinsky. Noam and Carlos are going to discuss building a high-performance product team of humans and agents. Carlos, Noam, the floor is yours.
Welcome to the Product Podcast, Noam.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
It's hard to get to know things about you from the internet because I couldn't find much. So I'm happy and honored to have you on the Product Podcast.
That's very nice of you. Yes, I've heard that before.
Well, I'm glad you are here, and I'm hoping that, this is not the first time either, because you were a speaker at our conference, ProductCon San Francisco last year. That was awesome to have you. There was 1,000 people in the room. This time it's just you and me, but just imagine there will be many more thousands listening us.
Yeah, that was super fun. Thank you for having me. It's a great conference.
So Grammarly, it's been all over the news recently. I obviously know Coda very well. We had Shishir, we had him on the podcast when he was the CEO there. And then after Grammarly acquired Coda, Shishir became the CEO of the entire entity, right?
That's right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this is not actually, this is now the second time that Shishir didn't start out as my manager in a job, but eventually became my manager at a job. So I'm accustomed to this. When I joined YouTube, we worked as peers, and eventually, he became the kind of head of all product and design, and we got to work together in this same way. So I'm excited to do this again.
So the combined entity data that I was looking at, it seems like it's profitable with over $700 million in revenue and about 40 million daily active users.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
So that's a lot, right? And I know that you guys shared an investor between Coda and Grammarly, but beyond that, what was the product rationale to bring together those two companies?
Oh yeah, it's a great question. It's pretty ironic because independently we had written strategy artifacts and plans for the future that actually used very much of the same words. At Grammarly, we saw our future as building like an AI native productivity suite. Writing was the first thing that we really got strong at, but writing is obviously something that you do everywhere, and we saw that an opportunity to expand from kind of the best writing agent on the market to a productivity suite that would help you bring forth AI to help you in many of the things that you do at work, not just writing, but planning, scheduling, coordination, creating all sorts of documents and artifacts. And so we saw ourselves as an AI native productivity suite, and that was our future. And we knew that we needed a number of surfaces to bring that vision to life. Meanwhile, Coda saw themselves in very much the same way. They started from, rather than kind of more from the frame of reference of an agent started more as an application, and they viewed like the code application to be an all-in-one workspace that integrates with all of your data and would ultimately help you with all of the things that you use a typical productivity suite for. So, documents, spreadsheets, databases, forms, et cetera. So really, the two companies had very, very aligned kind of North Star. And so, as we've come together, we basically, our vision is to build, an AI native productivity suite, which is, a suite of apps and agents that helps you get work done at school and in the office.
I think this is your opportunity to shame me back because I've been using Grammarly for a long time, mostly the keyboard on my iPhone.
Yeah. Okay.
And I've been also been using Coda separately, but I still haven't seen the integration between those products. I don't know if you guys are also offering any other products. Like, how does that vision come to life, practically speaking?
Yeah, it's a really good question, and I'm not shaming you. We just haven't brought too much of that to market just yet. We're working on sort of like account integrations. We're trying to allow these products to kind of run their roadmap and like grow independently. But very soon, towards the end of this year, you're going to see a number of launch moments for us that more clearly connect these things together. But basically, we're doing three big things. So the first way that this is going to come together is we're going to take all of that infrastructure that we've built to deliver the OG agent, Grammarly, into all of these various applications that you work with. We're going to turn that into an agent platform, not only for our agent, but also for our customers' agents, also for third-party developers. And we're going to basically use all the Grammarly infrastructure to connect all of these front ends. So basically all these agents on this platform can work in all of your applications just the same way Grammarly does. So I'm sure you experience Grammarly in Gmail or in Google Docs or various other applications. We underline words, we give you suggestions, etc. Imagine if many more agents could work that way and show up exactly where you work in your workflow and give you assistance. We're then going to take Coda Brain and basically make it the knowledge engine for that agent platform. So now the agents on that platform will be able to work in all of the applications you work in, the way that Grammarly does, but they will also have access to the knowledge they need to get work done. So right now, Grammarly is really good at giving you, suggestions on how you might correct your words and communicate more effectively. But imagine if you were in Gmail and Grammarly could actually bring in data from Salesforce to actually, improve the customer outreach email that you're creating, or bring you inline suggestions about like latest pricing or whatever else. And imagine if Grammarly was not the only agent on that platform that can do that. So that's the first thing we're doing, is we're combining those assets and creating that agent platform. The next thing that you'll see us do is we'll start to build many more agents, both that come from us, also from third-party developers. There's a number of people that are developing agents. Think about kind of the typical AI assistant tools that are out there today, meeting nodes, like those sorts of things that would love to work the way that Grammarly does inside of all of these applications, right? Why should Granola only write your notes to like one place? What if Granola could write your notes to whatever surface like you used to take the notes and make those meetings useful to you? These are the sorts of things that other agent developers will be able to do when they build on our platform. So new agent platform, a whole suite of new agents. And then the third thing that we're doing is that we're evolving Coda Docs into that surface that essentially you work with all the agents to produce the artifacts that you need to get work done. So imagine all the things that you can do with Coda today, building team hubs, building issue trackers, OKR, internal OKR applications. Imagine if you can do that in a more agent-driven way, where you could actually tell the agent what you want to do in a particular part of the canvas. It understood Coda, it knew how to manipulate it. It had access to all the agents that were on that platform, and you can work with those agents to produce the artifacts you need to get work done. And so you'll see us starting later this year replace Grammarly's editor, which is actually our highest upgrading surface, with a Coda doc that has a bunch of writing specific agents aimed at helping, students and professionals like write more effective documents.
This vision reminds me of the early days of SaaS, when new SaaS companies would put themselves in the middle and say, we are replacing the spreadsheet. And now every other application is connected to us, but they will always put themselves in the middle.
Yeah.
And now in this new AI world, the next frontier is to really be that center in the application layer and develop those integrations with the entire suite of tools out there. So how do you go about really building those integrations so all this data can flow, not just within your suite of products, but also other third-party applications?
Yeah, it's a really good question, and it's interesting. I agree with you that time in SaaS where like everyone kind of put themselves at the center. I think that one kind of difference with our strategy is that it's less that we want to put ourselves in the center, but we want these things to work wherever you work with whatever like platform or set of data that you have that you need to kind of get work done. And so the knowledge layer that you're describing, that for us as a product internally that's called Brain, we're essentially like we're using all of Coda's Coda packs and their ability to connect to these third-party providers. We're actually synchronizing a lot of the data, creating an index, and then providing access to that index through that agent platform. So you'll be able to run RAG over it. You'll be able to kind of query and chat with the data, but also the agents that run on that platform will be able to access that data. So we're essentially kind of trying to build it's almost like a common data API across all of your SaaS applications. And because Coda already integrates with over 800 applications, and it's actually very easy to write your own integration, we're turning those kind of packs into agents that work on that platform. But we'll be synchronizing the data in and then making it available to all those agents and those users. And of course, it's all permission aware, so you only have access to the things that you actually have access to, and so on.
Yeah, I want to double down on this integration topic because I think that's part of where the money is at. And we've seen situations where you still want to develop a native integration between two products, but there are also other layers you can rely on, such as Zapier, Neon, and others. Yeah. So what's your rationale behind saying, okay, these are the integrations we need to maintain and invest in versus allowing other developers to just build on top of your API and not have to worry about being the one owning that relationship?
Yeah, it's a really good point. And I think what we learned from Coda is actually Coda has a very healthy pack developer community, and actually there's over 7,000 packs, but many of those packs are things that are just internal integrations. Every decent sized enterprise has all of these internal applications that don't even, there's not a public internet version of those things to even integrate with, right? And so I think that what we will likely do is similar to what Coda did, which is where are for the use cases of our products, where is there the most pull and where is there the most need to make sure that there are really high quality, high availability, first party integrations. We will build and maintain those ourselves. If the developer of that application wants to take on that integration, build their own, maintain it themselves, we'd be very happy for them to do that. But I bet we would still maintain our version just to make sure that if our customer wanted to integrate Jira, they had a high quality experience regardless of what Atlassian's priority was for building an integration on our platform. But I think still the vast majority of the integrations that are going to be available on this platform are going to be built by our customers and developers, very much so. And we would like to, similar to how Coda did, we would like to create an ecosystem and create an incentive for them to do so that it's easier to developing an agent on our platform you should get something out of that, right? It should be a way to distribute your application, or it should be a way to make your application more sticky. Because if we can make your data available in many more places than it's currently accessible, that should increase retention of your application for that customer. That changes your economics and so on. we think we can create a number of exciting incentives and create a bit of a marketplace dynamic.
Yeah, and that's how I define the evolution from platform to ecosystem, right? Like in a platform, I understand you're still owning most of the relationship between the integrations that you're making, while in an ecosystem, you're allowing basically the entire world out there to build on top of your platform. And you can even evolve that into an economy where the people who are developing on top of your platform, they can also generate their own business.
Exactly, and I mean our intention is very much an ecosystem, but I think we need to make sure that we've got our customers covered in the event that like an ecosystem developer isn't doing the job that they need. So you could imagine in our ecosystem that there'll be, for instance, let's say Atlassian got really excited about this and wanted to build their own Jira agents. That's amazing. Then we would just make it clear that's like this is the Jira agent by Atlassian. And this is the Jira agent by, Grammarly or whatever our name becomes.
So I want to switch gears a little bit and talk about org design. I think you have a very interesting background as a founder, got acquired by Google, that made you work there for many years. Now as a CPO, or you were the CPO of Zamtac, now you're CPO of Grammarly. The average tenure for CPOs, I think, is like 2 years, and you are way past that.
So a bit overpast that at Grammarly, so we'll see. We'll see what happens by the end of the year.
We'll see what happens. But in general, like for someone who's been in those hot seats, in different organizations, I'm curious to know your perspective on how you manage and how do you think about your relationship with your CEO, and then we can talk about your relationship with your org.
Sure. Yeah. Maybe on the CEO one, I'll maybe just talk about more broadly as like founders. I think there's there's founder fit. I think is a really important and challenging thing. I think a lot of the reason, like the 2-year average that you're mentioning for CPOs, I think a lot of the time the reason that doesn't work out is it's sort of like CPO founder fit, right? And kind of figuring that out. And one of the things that I feel really strongly about that, which I've noticed is like not necessarily always shared in amongst my peers, is that I really think that for the first little while, maybe 6 months, 12 months, you should really be trying to run the founder's playbook when it comes to product strategy, your instinct about kind of like what to build for the customer, for the market. It's a speech that I give to every PM joining a new team, right? You go through stages of a PM on a team and building your credibility. Like, first you start as the note taker, quite literally and also like figuratively. You're just like, you're trying to improve the team's process, how they work, make them more efficient, make them scale. After you do a good job of that, then you kind of move to the team evangelist. Like your job is to make sure everyone to the side of you, everyone above you knows exactly what your team is doing, what your goals are, why you're going to win, like why it's going to have a big impact, et cetera, et cetera. And then only once you kind of move through those 2 stages, you can kind of get to that third stage of like setting strategy. Most PMs, they want to just like jump to that like third stage. That's why they want to do PM work. And the same is true, I think, for like, PMs in position of leadership. It's like, oh, I've done this for 20 years. I'm gonna join this new company, and I'm gonna figure out the strategy and set it all up and drive growth and so on and so forth. And meanwhile, you have this like founder or founders that like, I've been building this for 15 years. I know this problem like inside and out. I know this customer like really, really well. And I think even in my role, you got to go through that. Cool. I'm going to be your note taker for a little while, both figuratively and literally, right? At a different scale and like a different, what it means to be a note taker in that scale is a little bit different. But I think that's a really important part of like essentially building credibility and finding that founder fit first, and then kind of learning how to operate with that founder CEO. And that's served me well because for a lot of these businesses, like, you think you understand the problem, you think you understand the customer, but it's often like much deeper and just takes more time, I think, to build really good instinct and intuition. And I think it's okay to kind of run and help operationalize the playbook of the people that have been building that intuition for a lot longer while you learn and while you expand from there.
As a founder myself, I resonate with that statement because especially product, like the CPO role, is just so hard to delegate, right? Like, and the last thing I would want to do is to delegate strategy at first. And I think that approach can help really show the value of why you're here and not just as a new strategist. But the other thing I want to push you on is, okay, how do you really ensure that you are not an expensive note taker, and you can really earn the respect of that founder or founder CEO by pushing on the areas where you see a different thing?
Yeah, that's a excellent question, Mac. I think first, in that, I would say in that note taking phase, you should be creating like incredible leverage for the founder, right? Even if you're not like setting and creating strategy, it should feel like they can have, conversations with you here and there, not without a like huge amount of time, but then that turns into people rowing and executing in the right direction in a scalable way that kind of, leads to impact and drives the team to success, right? If you're not in basically a really big point of leverage or amplifier, even in that kind of note taking phase, then I think that's a problem, right? I think the other thing that kind of, as you move to that evangelist phase, sometimes you have kind of raw ideas, raw thoughts on strategy, et cetera, but how you refine those and how you articulate them to a large group of people so that they actually internalize them and understand them, and the hundreds of decisions that they're making every month are generally aligned in the right direction without you micromanaging every possible decision, I think is also a skill and an art. And if you're not providing that sort of leverage to a founder that has really strong product instinct and really strong strategic instinct, then you're just an expensive note taker. And I think like as you do that, as you help kind of crystallize and refine the story, and also spend a lot of time with customers, obviously, your understanding of the problem and the strategy and what needs to be solved gets much better. And then at that point, you can start, you start the back and forth of like, oh, well, that maybe it's that thing, but isn't this a higher priority and should be working on this? And if you think about the problem this way, then we would lead us to a very different direction. And, I think you have to go through those stages. It's just, I've just seen it like time and time again, right? Like company gets to a certain size, founder no longer has like the time and bandwidth to be like in like deep in every detail as they want to be. Board is like, oh, it's time you're growing up, time to like hire a professional, CPO or whatever. A lot of those professionals that you hire aren't builders, they're operators. And then they're like, they're very good at, running the trains and figuring out how to execute, but they lack intuition or they lack instinct. And if you ask them, what should we build? And they're like, I don't know. Right. And then that's like, oil and water with like a very kind of product driven founder, is like, they have built the business on like instinct and intuition and customer understanding and so many reps. And the problem, you have to keep that in mind and kind of work together as builders, like kind of over time.
Well, now I'm going to talk about that third phase you described when you become truly a strategist, and I want to connect it to how you design your own org, because at some point you really own that strategy for your product, especially in a company such as Grammarly already with multiple products and really, really big revenue. So, what is your visual expression of strategy?
Ooh, my visual expression of strategy. I mean, the way, at least the way that it works in my mind is I'm just a very like visual thinker. I'm a very like designy PM. And so I like to visualize as clearly as we can an inspiring North Star, like what will actually kind of like be true about the world or the customer's experience, at that North Star, and then actually paint like I typically call it realistic fiction, right? Like here's like a couple key customer journeys let's walk through the life of the customer using our product, at that destination. So once we kind of can, do that thing that we want to do, what is the product going to feel like? What is it going to do? And even if that's not like 100% accurate, I think it's just a much easier thing to internalize and much easier thing to remember. It's kind of like I'm sure you've heard the Airbnb kind of story of basically like the story of Cinderella, like walking into the office of Airbnb. I think it's that sort of tactic, but a little bit more grounded in here's the actual kind of like screen by screen, like kind of product expression. And I think that is helpful to not only paint the what, like kind of what is the destination, which I think is part of strategy, but I think a good strategy has to make it a lot more obvious to the team also the how. Like, okay, cool, that's where we want to be the world's greatest like note taker. Sounds awesome, great aspiration. How do we do that from here to there? And I don't think you need to answer every single step, but you need to essentially express the strategy such that people understand the sequence, the things we're going to do along the way in a way that they can attach to their work day to day.
I remember the first time I walked into the Airbnb office, a friend of mine was the first PM there.
Oh, wow.
And I never forget because of that visual expression, right? They had these Disney characters on the walls that were a representation of what they were trying to accomplish from the supply side, the demand side. And I think that's such a good way to then have a conversation about how you break this down into more actionable items.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think, having everyone walk by that on the way to work, I think is a really nice trope. But yeah, that's how I think about it anyway.
So let's move to the next level, right? Like you have that visual expression, people buy into it, and then what? Especially in a multi-product strategy with so many people already, how do you make sure that we're working on the right priorities?
Yeah, so this multi-product thing is new for me. I guess we did a little bit at YouTube while I was there. We were just starting that. But yeah, it's interesting. So we're thinking about it very much as like a compound startup. And essentially I have like 4 companies inside the building, and I have founders of each of these companies, like a group of founders. We have a thread of how these kind of companies like make each other better and kind of are part of a suite that like works together. But essentially, like each of the companies, are accountable to revenue and, are accountable to driving revenue for their product. And then we have teams that are accountable for driving revenue across motions. So, we drive the self-serve motion for every product. We drive the managed motion for every product. That's how we think about organizing it. And then in terms of, are we prioritizing the right things? How do we organize like within those product areas? I think there's a number of different ways to do it, and it depends on kind of like the stage of product you are, right? You can organize by system, you can organize by like user, like parts of the user journey, you can organize by here are like 4 big rocks, this year, and so let's grab some groups to kind of organize that way and do it that way. But I think ultimately, if we have kind of a good understanding of the destination and we have mechanisms like as clear as revenue, then I think prioritization becomes a lot easier. And then like anything else, we kind of go through it in detail. I do think part of doing this job well, now we have a term for it, I guess it's called founder mode. Before I would call it like a benevolent micromanager, right? Like Shashir has always been, as long as I've known him, a benevolent micromanager. I think I am like hopefully a benevolent, but definitely a bit of a micromanager. And I think there's like ways of doing that are empowering and exciting, and like we're in the work together because we really care about the details. We really want to get it right, and we really want to win. And I think there's ways that are doing that are disempowering and annoying and don't help anyone like learn and grow. And hopefully, we're doing it in the better of those 2 ways.
What are some of those ways? I'm also consider myself a micromanager, hopefully benevolent, like you said. And I'm curious to trade notes with you and see what has worked so far.
I mean, this one is hard to execute, and I tell it to teams all the time. I think teams that have worked with me for a while really buy it. I think when teams like kind of first start working with me, it's hard. But I very much try to create forums where I'm taking my CPO hat off, and I am just I am a product, just another PM, another designer in this room. My opinion doesn't hold any more weight than any of yours, but we're going to work on the details together. And I'm going to often go from the 10,000 foot range to the, why is that pixel there instead of there? And I don't know how to build things in any other way. I love that part of the work. It's I'm lucky if I get an hour that way a week, and it's the best hour of the week. But you have to have, I think, the relationship and the trust and respect with the team to know that if you're doing that, it's not a bad thing. It's not because they're somehow doing something wrong or something bad. And ideally, you find a way to do it such that they're excited when that's happening, and they bring you into those sorts of situations and conversations. So that's one of the things. I just diving into the details, I just think is really critical, and you can't do that everywhere. But I think in the spots where it's really necessary for the goals that we have, that's one of the main things that I do.
Well, I want to talk about money. You mentioned that you're kind of running 4 startups within your purview, and I love that, because that also means that product is accountable for revenue and not just for building a product. So how are you thinking about that and creating the right mechanisms to ensure that there is that level of accountability?
Well, I mean, what we're working on is one, just that every team, actually, every EPD team, each of the product teams, having a revenue goal. And having members in the team that are accountable either to the self-serve revenue number or the management revenue number. So one way to think about it is, EPD takes on a quota, somewhat similar to our sales team, not as directly, and I think the quota means much more and is much more consequential, obviously, for our sales team. But I want our EPD teams feeling like they are on the hook for that number, and they need to make sure that either the AEs, BDRs, et cetera, have what they need to achieve their number, or in the self-serve business that the way that we're acquiring users, activating users, exposing them to our functionality, that they're thinking about that from day one. It's sort of, maybe another way of thinking about it is every PM is a growth PM. Every PM should be thinking about GTM from day one. Having a great feature idea, but having no idea about how anyone's going to discover it or how you would position in the market or anything like that, doesn't have doesn't have a huge amount of value. So if everyone on the team is sort of thinking that way, and you actually quarter by quarter try to forecast revenue impact and make the teams feel on the hook for that forecast, and I think that helps drive some of that accountability.
And from a comp perspective, is there any type of variable component or ways for the EPD team, engineering, product, and design, to also realize that they have skin in the game and an additional incentive beyond just embracing that mindset?
It's a great question. I don't think it's possible. I would love to have everyone in EPD on a quota and variable comp. I think that would be very, very interesting. I've never been in an environment like that, but we don't do that. But of course, there's a lot of incentives in place through the equity, right? And how we plan on kind of doing liquidity events throughout, and what that can mean to people. That's how we essentially make sure that everyone has skin in the game.
Well, now I want to cover monetization, but from the user lens. And obviously, Grammarly it started as a consumer product and now has also big amount of large enterprises. So what are the different, like, how does PLG in your case support your enterprise go to market? And is there any other type of motion that you are seeing that is helping you get there?
So we're trying to execute like a PLS motion, right? So ideally, like people come in for our products in a self-serve way, start using them, get value out of them, start spreading to their teams. And then once kind of we reach a certain density, or we find a particular buyer or a particular lead kind of within that self-serve audience, our managed team comes in and tries to upgrade them into an enterprise account, a different level of service and a different level of functionality. We're also in some of our products, like Coda, for instance, actually has a self-serve enterprise tier. Not every customer needs, depending on the size and their need and like what they want to do with the product, needs like an individual to kind of work with them and support them, and they just want the functionality available in some of the enterprise tiers. And so we've seen that be effective as well, to do self-serve for those customers that are happy paying those rates, and they don't need the support of the CSM team, the AE team, et cetera, et cetera. But that's effectively the motion we're trying to execute across our products.
So when you said PLS, how is that different than PLG?
I'm product-led sales. Like, in my view, is that the product is driving the growth. Through user to user sort of interactions. But then on top of that, we try to understand and learn from how the product is being used, who it's being used from, what departments it's being used in, whatever our customers are willing to kind of share with us through the use of their product. And then we do these sort of lead qualification, lead scoring, lead identification. And when we see that there's a larger opportunity, then our sales team comes in and helps to kind of upgrade that opportunity. So that's how I kind of think about the PLS.
Got it. And thank you for clarifying, because I think that's really powerful. Like things that you mentioned, how PLG is different than PLS, and even how you have a PLS motion for enterprise. That's not always the common way of thinking about this.
Yeah, I think that we're in a very fortunate spot, which is like Grammarly, as you mentioned early on, has very widespread usage. We're in, I think it's 98% of the Fortune 500 in terms of where are their users that are using Grammarly. And sometimes what happens is, there's enough people that start using it that IT comes along and is like, what the heck is this? And then, usually they find their way to Grammarly Enterprise that has the controls and security and things that they need. They sign an MSA, and then we're good. But then that kind of starts the process of okay, where else can we kind of go in that enterprise? Are there particular departments? Are there particular champions that would really benefit from the sort of products that we deliver? And the product spreads. And we start to kind of understand that, find those buyers, and then hopefully sell a departmental sale and things like that.
I had Shishir on the podcast many years ago, and I learned a lot from him about bundling. He's kind of the master in bundle pricing. So as I hear you talk about expansion, curious to know how you're thinking about that is in terms of expanding the usage of the existing product across more users, as well as maybe connecting that with other offerings that you have in your suite. Yeah,
we never talk about bundling internally here. I'm just kidding. It's like every other day. No, I think that's absolutely part of the plan. You'll see us offer. We don't think, let's just put it this way, we don't think Grammarly, I'm going to go a little off track here, Grammarly is unlikely to be the brand that supports all of these products and the expansion that we have. So there'll be a new brand, and then there'll be a bundle that you can purchase from that new brand, which will connect a number of these offerings together, hopefully in a very exciting and kind of compelling price, but also functionality. Yeah, I keep seeing new ways of pricing SaaS.
Intercom is famously creating this outcome-based pricing. We see Agentforce doing more of a hybrid consumption-based pricing. And so as I hear you talk more about agents, how do you think that's going to influence the way you price your own products?
Yeah, it's a great question. Like we talk about outcome, value-based pricing, et cetera. I think that those things will come as we learn in the market. But I think our first next step is let's stick with kind of like a per user sort of model, but let's offer a bundle that's just really compelling. That if you even want 1.2 of those products, it makes total sense to go for the bundle. And then I think we'll start to learn for, each type of problem, for each type of customer, what is the product that really kind of like drives the anchor value of the bundle? That's like really the thing that the customer like gets a lot of value out of. And then I think from there, we might start to think about kind of different ways of pricing to make that value, a lot easier for the customer to understand and the ROI for the customer to understand. But I think initially we're going to stick with kind of your more typical, seat-based licensing, but try to offer a very compelling bundle.
I want to wrap up this session with one of your hot takes. You said something along the lines of PMs should be less concerned about managing other PMs to grow in their career, and instead they should be more focused on how to manage many more agents.
Yeah. I mean, I think part of this, unfortunately, is just like how the PM career track like started. Like, when I was coming up as a PM, there was really no such thing as like an IC track for a PM. There was only a manager track. You were an IC for a little while, and then once you got to a particular level, you became a manager. And so it's no surprise that like a lot of PMs, like what their goal is to like become a manager. But I think if you talk to most people who have been managers, their goal would never be to be a manager. I would say like the best managers are trying to figure out how they can get out of management and how someone on their team can replace them eventually. And so, yeah, I just think it's the wrong thing to optimize for, especially at companies that are like very much in the building stage, the PMF finding stage. I just think you want PMs optimizing for growth and learning and being builders as much as you can. In fact, I think that also extends to managers. I think managers should be really strong builders. They should be able to do the IC work. They should be excellent at their craft, in addition to being good, people, managers, operators, et cetera, et cetera. So I think it's just like across the board, optimizing for management doesn't seem like the right goal.
I love that. I agree. Managers should be really good builders.
Yeah.
And many times I find myself saying, oh my God, why am I managing so many people? And I always try to find ways to either build something myself or have a really, really small team, as small as possible to get enough leverage to be in the details.
Exactly. Yeah. I think that's a good instinct. And the exciting thing about, all of these new AI tools, I think it's actually going to make it a lot easier for anyone that has even modestly the desire or instinct or wants to learn how to be a builder. It's going to be a lot easier to be a builder because there's so many things that you don't have to learn in the same way that you used to have to learn in order to build.
Imagine if the term product manager turns into agent manager. That would be so cool.
It would be, yeah. I think an engineering manager will also be interesting. What that turns into.
No, it's been a pleasure to have you on the podcast. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, it's my pleasure. Thanks so much.
Wow. Thank you, Noam. Thank you, Carlos. What an insightful conversation. So many great takeaways, so many great insights. And actually, there's more from Carlos later today. He'll be returning for a second product podcast interview, this time with Twilio's CPO, Inbal Shani. Do not miss it. But now it is time for our first networking break of the day. Oh wait, do I have a sound effect for that? Yes, I do. There it is. During our networking breaks, you can check out the networking room. That is a fast-paced chat roulette style space to connect with fellow product professionals. Also, you can hop into breakout rooms where you introduce yourself, your company, and dive into today's hottest product topics. And you can visit the virtual expo hall. This is where you can meet our sponsors, explore their tools, and access exclusive ProductCon discounts and giveaways. To facilitate the networking, we're providing a discussion prompt for each break to help spark meaningful conversations around AI in product. The topic for this networking break is, how do you see AI changing your role in 3 years? I know, that's a seriously big topic. I'm not sure 10 minutes will be enough, but be sure to return here in 10 minutes for our next round of 3 powerhouse speakers. I'll see you soon. Welcome back, everybody. Hopefully you all had a great discussion or a few and made tons of connections, yeah? All right, well, let's get straight back into it with our next speaker, Elena Verna, Head of Growth at Lovable AI. Elena's going to discuss the collapse of pre-AI distribution moats and how to build new ones. Lovable is one of the hottest AI tools in product right now, so listen up, she knows her stuff.
Hi everyone, my name is Elena Verna, and today I'm here in front of you talking about the collapse of pre-AI distribution modes and how to build new ones. Let me do a quick introduction on myself. As I said, my name is Elena Verna. Welcome everybody to ProductCon. I'm very excited to be here. I currently lead growth at Lovable. You may have heard of this company. We help customers build their apps, B2B apps, B2C apps, e-commerce apps, websites, all by chatting with AI. I've also previously worked for companies like SurveyMonkey, Miro, Dropbox, Amplitude, and I've advised many other businesses. My superpower is really to identify patterns and frameworks in the market and help all of you understand some of the macro elements that are happening in our industry so we can all make a lot less mistakes and grow our companies a lot faster. So today, as I said, I'm going to be talking about the changes that AI has brought to growth and what every single one of you should be doing about it with your products. But first of all, growth. What is it? There's so many things that are flying around it. Is it a growth mindset? Is it a growth model? Is it just everybody's supposed to be responsible for growth? So let me break it down of the evolution of what growth has been and where are we today and what growth really means for every single team out there. So what does it mean? Well, first of all, I'd like to break it down into two elements. There's product and then there's distribution. Having a great product is not enough. You can build a most incredible product out there, but there's many incredible products out there that have never seen a light of day and have never been able to gain a really good traction in customers, which means that having a great product does not equal a great company. So we're going to go back to this. So product plus distribution is what actually creates a great company. And distribution is where growth is all about. So how is it that we acquire customers? How is it that we activate them? How do we monetize them? And how do we retain them? Those four questions are crucial in our ability to understand how is it that we're going to take that product not only to market, but grow it to be a successful scaling business. And fastest growing companies all have one thing in common, and that is they grow via growth loops, a closed ecosystem that continues to compound itself like a flywheel, meaning you have an input through interaction and generation in the product, you produce an output that then contributes to a new input. So instead of having dreaded funnels, I call them F words that we should not be using, that have a really big top of the funnel mouth, and then there's something like a revenue comes out at the very bottom, and it's constantly linear, leaky buckets that is going on in your growth ecosystem. Loops help you continuously generate output out of the input that is inputted into the system. So input, action step, output generates another input. Let me put it in practice for you. I've worked at Dropbox. Dropbox, I'm sure all of you are familiar about. It's a cloud storage platform. And they had the most incredible loop that has powered their growth for a very long time, which is they have a new user coming in. They upload content into Dropbox. They share that content with some of the recipients who they need to distribute this content to. Some of those sharing the recipients, they receive it via link, they receive it via email. Those are just the channels of distribution. And then they click through it, and a lot of them become new users for Dropbox. So this means that every single new user that will sign up for Dropbox will bring additional new users through activation and engagement part of the product journey. The same thing can be applied to Lovable, where I'm heading head of growth right now, which is we have a word of mouth loop that is very strong, where we have a user coming in and they do something in the product, they build an app or they materialize the idea into something actionable, and they're so delighted by it. Their expectations are so blown away that they go and they share it with their network. Whether that happens in some private groups across Slack channels, whether it happens face-to-face, or whether it happens on social media, then that drives additional input into top of the funnel for us. The main thing here is it's a sustainable system that continues growing over and over again. These growth loops is what really started driving a lot more awareness around product-led growth. Because then instead of just relying on marketing or your sales team to drive your top of the funnel and to be responsible for the revenue, a lot more pressure has started being put on the product itself. And B2B teams were like, why? What is happening? B2B teams, or products that are built for businesses to be consumed by other businesses, have never really operated that way. They've always operated via sales and marketing, holding majority of the revenue goals. But what started happening is that there's multiple changes that started happening in the category that drove a lot of these B2B businesses to rethink about how is it that they're actually going to be growing. 4 changes specifically that happened in the market is, number one, a user in B2B products became a buyer. Now, we always had IT, CISO, security, CMOs, chief level people making decisions on what products the company is going to use. However, a lot of those products did not fulfill expectations that employees actually needed to perform jobs to be done within them, which caused those employees to go and start finding other products, not only finding them, but also buying them. And once you started buying them, user and buyer personas started to actually blur. And that was the first time this has started to happen in B2B about 10 years, maybe even 15 years ago, which really started driving a wave of self-serve B2B products and really consumerization of the B2B software. Second of all is channel lifecycle. Now, marketing teams notoriously always drove top of the funnel. Who's responsible for acquisition? It's marketing team. However, it is tough to be in marketing out there right now. The channel lifecycle of what I'm referring to is shortening, meaning if you put in a campaign out there 20 years ago, that campaign could have lived months, maybe even years, continuously producing for your company. However, nowadays, campaign is lucky if it survives a day, 2 days, 3 days. If you have it live for a week and it's still functioning, good for you. Now, that puts enormous pressure on marketing teams that is just not able to put out so many campaigns in order to drive top of the funnel. The pressure of acquisition and engagement needs to start be diversified across other teams, and marketing cannot bear the entire weight of the pressure of it. The third change that started happening is data availability. So every single action that we have happening in the product is readily available for us to look at, to analyze, and to make decisions upon. This is something new. We didn't have analytical capabilities that we did right now compared to 15, 20 years ago. And that really provides us to look at the product as almost a marketing surface that we can optimize, that we can utilize in our growth model, which is before it was more of a black box and sales and marketing would tell us the data of what market wants. But now product tells us so much more data than anything else and any other department that can contribute into painting the picture for us. And then the last one, probably one of the most important ones too, is our roles are blurring. We're no longer marketers are just doing marketing things. Product managers are doing product manager things, and engineers are just coding. All of our roles are evolving, and product managers need to be responsible for marketing too. Marketers are doing their own engineering tasks with no-code tools or vibe coding tools, and engineers are starting to become more of a product managers and being responsible for end-to-end delivery. That really allows the pressure of growth model not to just sit on sales and marketing, but really sit within product as well, because product can now take responsibility and accountability over how company is going to acquire, activate, retain, and monetize their customers. But that was all fine and dandy. And in fact, this was really big for about 5 years. And PLG, product-led growth, has been really big, even though that made a lot of B2B product teams very nervous because this is not how B2B actually used to be built. But then at the same time, our counterparts in the consumer space were like, what's going on? We've been doing this for years. This is nothing new. We've never had sales and marketing be this responsible for growth. We always had to have product be the star of our experience and really shine to our customer because there's no this layer of selling that happens in the middle. So consumer teams were looking at us and the B2B folks going, what is it? Like, they're not inventing anything new. Versus for B2B, it was a really big deal of going into product-led growth and putting that accountability to product is what I call consumerization democratization of B2B that has really occurred over the last 5 years. But then something started changing. Now, before I really go into it, product-led growth really became a differentiation for a lot of the products. So products like Miro, Slack, Figma, all of them started rising to the top because they provided such incredible end user experience that even all of the way enterprise buyers started purchasing it. And PLG was a way to enter the market and really to own the market. And it was a way to dominate the market in many ways. But then something else started happening. And it's something big, and I'm sure that you can guess. Can anybody guess what happened in the last 2 years that started disrupting our entire growth model ecosystem? That's right. It was AI. ChatGPT entered the stage, and it started really changing the way that we both build our software, but also how we're starting to distribute and grow our products as well. So first of all, there's a lot of AI wars that are going on. There's cloud versus ChatGPT. All of us are in the background going, what is happening? Who is winning? What is being developed? There's a lot of movement in the place. At the same time, all of the companies were like, hey, we need AI features, otherwise we're going to be falling behind. So every single company started to sideways look at AI, starting creating functionality that is AI feature or AI native, whatever you want to call it, AI agent, put in AI something in there, and now started calling themselves AI companies. Whether customers really wanted it or not, because let's face it, roadmaps are not really built by what customers want or innovation that we want to have. The roadmaps are built sometimes by sales requests, but most of the time by way CEO wants to take us. Anyway, it's just a really fun meme that I created on how roadmaps are really fantastically materialized into reality. And this has really caused a lot of changes in what we offer to our customer and technological shift that is starting to happen at every single company. Because I don't even know a single company that is not building AI functionality nowadays. Now, I don't know if any company can afford not to build AI functionality nowadays because they'll probably be disrupted by AI native company that does. However, there's also starting to happen a really big distribution shift. And more specifically, AI is now killing a lot of distribution channels. Let me give you an example. The marketing and just growth playbook 101 has always been, you start a company, you start with SEO. Google has always been the biggest distributor for most of the product because that's where people go to search for a solution to their problem. However, Google has been really losing a lot of traffic volume due to ChatGPT and other AI chatting solutions. What happens is that instead of going and searching a bunch of the links being seen a lot of paid marketing advertisements on Google, people go to ChatGPT to answer their questions. And as such, the search traffic has really been falling. Now, companies that have been dependent on that search traffic really heavily have really been suffering quite a bit. This is an example of G2. I'm sorry, G2, for picking on you. If you're in the audience, again, I'm really, really sorry. I hope that you recover from this. But G2 has really benefited from search volume in the past. And you can see right when ChatGPT started launching here, there started to be a drop. Now, this is data only through February this year. It has gotten even worse, where they've lost 80 to 90% of their traffic, at least looking at tools such as SEMrush and SimilarWeb. I obviously don't know any inside information out of it, but this is a consistent story of the companies that are purely relied on SEO or organic search as the main driver of growth. So now when you're starting a company or you're planning to grow it via SEO, it's not really such a good idea. I'm not saying not to do SEO, by the way, you absolutely should, but can they be your star growth channel? I'm not so sure because the traffic is declining pretty rapidly. And social networks are not helping either. They're all closing down their ecosystems. If you try to include a link in your post on LinkedIn or X or really anywhere else, you're getting penalized for distribution. And now social network is not giving your post as many eyeballs as it would if you didn't have a link. So now you have the search, Google, which is used to be a huge distribution channel that is not contributing as well. You have social networks that are clamping down because they're trying to keep eyeballs on their platform because that's how they monetize, of how many impressions and how much time you spent on their on their platform are not really good channels for growth. So how is it that you're going to grow? And unfortunately, ChatGPT, OpenAI, or really any other provider, they're not right now distribution channels. They're taking away all of those eyeballs, but they're not providing us an ability to use those eyeballs to drive distribution to our products. So they're a destination, not a traffic control, the way that social and search used to be. So we have this really weird situation happening right now in the market where, yeah, we have a huge technological shift happening, and then we have a distribution collapse that is going on. And how is it that we're going to continuously grow our products in order to build successful businesses? And wait, there is more. Now, there's also companies like Lovable in the space where a customer of your product can go and build functionality potentially that exists in your product for $25 a month. So instead of paying thousands of dollars for a solution or a platform or something they're not utilizing, they can go and they can create it on their own. Now, overnight, seemingly, companies started to compete with their own customers. So not only you have this technological wave that you have to catch, distribution collapse that is happening, but you have a new competitor, not only other companies in the category that you're competing, but your own customers that are now breaking apart your platform that you've built so hard over the last couple of years, if not decades, and starting to create that functionality on their own. In fact, simple but formally defensible functionality is no more. So if you're monetizing, or where your most product market fit is visible, is in signatures, forms, landing pages, scheduling tool, no-code tools, dashboards, or internal tools, watch out. The cost of software development is dropping with AI, and now everybody can create a software app. And if there's no complexity in it, or there's no reason to use it outside of what the functionality is, now customer can go and develop exactly what they want on their own without having to purchase a solution. This is the next wave of PLG. This is not product-led growth. This is something of my customer build my own thing, whatever I want. I don't even need to find a great self-serve solution. I just build it myself. And that before was never possible because only 1 to 3% of our population is technical enough to do it before. So there was huge gates on creating software before. And those gates are being broken down very quickly. So all of a sudden, everybody with non-technical skills is able to go, and as long as they have a good idea and understanding of the problem, they can go and build it themselves. So who is at risk the most? Well, if you think about it of a 2x2, in the product usage, there's a simple functionality and then there's complex functionality that you have, as well as there's low utilization and high utilization of features that are available in your platform. And if you're in the simple functionality column, whether you have a low utilization, then I'm sorry, that's just like, it's terrible because you're not even nobody's using it. But even if you have high utilization of a simple functionality, beware, you are subject to be disrupted by your own customers. If you have complex functionality and low utilization, that's not good. Make sure to drive that up, establish the targets, and go after them. And the only companies that are truly safe from competing with their own customers are complex functionality with high utilization in that upper left quadrant. But not a lot of us have it there because we've all built platforms that majority of them are being utilized by very specific functionalities or few features. And we have big groups of people that are using very simple things and not the entire platform. So it feels to them that they're paying for bloat. Be careful with that platform narrative nowadays, because if you're overselling customers on a lot of functionality that you've built through blood, sweat, and tears, I know it was hard. I know it was a lot of work, but if the customers are not using it, you are at risk of being disrupted by your own customer base because they can take that simple functionality that they're using, which you probably was your initial product market fit on, and then they can go in and build it themselves. In fact, it's already starting to happen. I'm going to call out DocuSign here just because this is a very interesting twist and something that I think is going to happen more and more often, where a customer builds a DocuSign copycat in under 2 days on Lovable, where DocuSign started threatening a legal action against their own customer, saying that they copycat app, and they threatened to sue them because they don't like what is actually happening because they're being disrupted from below. So be careful on this. Look at your feature usage. Look at the complexity of those features being developed on companies like Lovable. I would actually urge you, each one of you, to go to Lovable and see if you can replicate your own product in Lovable and how easy it is. And if it's easy, I think that you need to have a hard look at your strategy and hard look at your utilization numbers and at your overall product portfolio and how is it that you're going to be monetizing and driving usage off of that. So where is it that I'm going? PLG has been great. PLG has been a really big wave that swept over us. AI is coming in. It's changing our technological underlining of every single product, and we're all busy incorporating AI into how our products function. Our distribution channels are collapsing around us, and our customers are becoming our own competitors, which puts a lot more pressure in the already existing pressure cooker of how is it that you succeed as a company, which is what my next couple of minutes, what I want to spend time on. Platform shift is everywhere. Platform shift is going to continue happening over the next couple of years. Every single company probably is going to materialize into AI native company. It's just going to be at different velocities in different categories. Distribution shift is coming. We right now don't have an option of what is that next wave of distribution. Maybe OpenAI is going to go into it. Right now they're not. Right now they're still building their moat, and right now they're still sucking all of us in. They're not providing an outlet for distribution. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. If they will, be on the lookout because you're going to need to be there. There's going to be a first mover advantage into it, and you're going to need to move fast. So we're right now in the holding pattern of distribution shift to see what else is going to happen. But that holding pattern does not mean inaction. In fact, here's a couple of things that I really urge you to think about it at your company, in your next leadership meeting, in your next team meeting, in order to really solidify your growth framework and understand how is it that you're going to survive through this technological and distribution shift in the market. Right now, it's all about finding a moat. What do I mean by moat? Moat is something that is competitively defensible, that is very hard to replicate, and that is something that differentiates you from just being a tool that is very easy to replicate, a tool that is very easy to build, and something that gives you an advantage. That's usually maybe is a product. It often has actually nothing to do with product, but something that product integrates or interacts with. So let's talk about some of those moats. Option number one for a moat is velocity of development. This is absolutely a new moat that can be unlocked with what I call AI native employees. I firsthand seeing AI native employees at Lovable, and that's something that I've never experienced before. It's some people that are not just looking and seeing, oh, these AI tools can augment me and help me. They default to AI tools as the way of doing work. From engineering, writing most of their code in AI, to all of the product specs that are created to start with AI, to designs, to project plans, to anything and everything. Everybody in Lovable can finish the project from start to end without having any cross-functional dependencies because of how AI tooling is being utilized. And that creates incredible velocity where we're able to ship huge things every single week, if not every single couple of days. And something that I really urge you to look into is whether you can accelerate your shipping velocity by creating more AI nativeness in your organization to create increased productivity. The second option is your brand. I'm the PLG growth person, and all of a sudden I'm talking about brand. Let me tell you this, 5 years ago, if you told me that I say that brand is your moat, I would have laughed at you. However, I'm seeing this firsthand also at Lovable of how much brand can actually be your moat right now in the sea of competitiveness pressure. So your brand is not just your voice or your tone or your colors or your name. Your brand is really every single piece of interaction that happens happens in your products that delights, that creates a love mark on the customer, that creates an experience that they want to talk about, that creates that word of mouth loop. So tools and our products can no longer be utilitarian. They have to invoke an emotion in customer. That means that you have to look through every single experience and say, is it delightful? Is it interesting? Does it exceed expectations? And you cannot ship if it's not, because this can be your differentiator across just something that is cold, that is just functional, versus something that creates a relationship almost with you, or I feel drawn to, or I feel that it's an easier and more delightful way of doing things. That can be your differentiation, and that can be a difference between you making it or not making it across the same exact tool or same exact product that does exactly the same thing. So invest into your brand, but not just marketing. This is not a marketing exercise. This is very much a product and marketing exercise that should be driven. In fact, I actually think brand is becoming more of a product exercise than marketing overall. The next one is data. Data has always been a big moat. User data and memory is sticky. So can you leverage it to not only build a better product because you have an advantage of access to that data, but also can you keep it as an ecosystem play? Now, there's various ways of how you can leverage this as a moat. Some companies go all the way and close data ecosystem to give them an advantage. Example of this, Salesforce, who acquired Slack a couple of years ago, has now locked down Slack data for access to companies like Glean that are trying to do internal enterprise search. So they're basically saying, hey, we have all of the data of all of the conversations that our people are having on Slack. And instead of giving it via APIs for other companies to build other products on, they're keeping it close to their heart. And they're saying, no, you're not going to get that data. That is our competitive advantage, and you get no access to it. Now, this is an extreme of closing down your moat for anybody else to access, but this is a lever that you can pull in order to create differentiation for yourself and create competitive advantage to yourself. I can say I recommend going all the way nuclear this way, but it is on the range of options that is available to you. So take a hard look at your data, because that might be a reason that you might win in this space right now, but you need to make sure that you're leveraging it accurately and you're looking at it from a very strategic perspective. And then the option that I want to talk about, which is an ecosystem play. Ecosystem play is something that is fairly popularized over the last couple of years too. This is why we all build platforms, right? Every single product went from a tool to a platform over the last 5 years because we wanted to build ecosystems. We wanted to build marketplaces. We wanted to build integrations. Continue investing into it. It's really hard to replicate those functionalities and ease of integration with tools that are built on Lovable. Now, they will get there, but there is a first mover advantage here. And I highly recommend you to really harden your advantage and harden your moat by investing into integration strategy. Because if you are just a completely standalone product with no data hook, with no brand, with no velocity in shipping, it's really hard for a user to leave to somewhere else. However, if you have all of these additional hooks into the market around you, then product, yes, the functionality of the product is still important, obviously, but there's more reasons to stay, which is to my whole point, is that you need to give user more reasons to stay than just product. Where PLG era was all about just how amazing a functionality that the product can deliver. Now the era is you need to give more, because now the functionality can be very easily built by any of your customers. And second of all, everybody can get into that functionality and compete it with you. So you need to think about that moat, something around the product where product hooks into it to provide a competitive advantage to you and to your company. But product is not the only reason as to why you succeed. And last piece, so remember, the first mover's advantage is real. You cannot spend a bunch of time in the room discussing it and prioritizing it for Q4 or next year. This is the type of the situation that I think that as our Q3 is knocking on our doors, we should be prioritizing it now. We should be moving into it now. We should be reevaluating every single engagement and really the roadmap item that we have currently and seeing whether that it's important for us to build a moat. Because if you don't have a line item in your strategy to build a moat against existing distribution collapse and technological platform shift that is happening in the space, I would be very worried for your future in 6 months and 12 months because our space is changing so rapidly and you need to be on top of it. Distribution is everything. If you can just take one thing away from here, tooling and software development is becoming democratized. So you need to build a growth model that is defensible, that is sustainable, and that is predictable. And one way to go into it is to build a moat around your product. Thank you very much for your time. Hopefully this was interesting to some of you. And please hit me up for any questions on LinkedIn.
Huge thanks to Elena. What a privilege to get firsthand insights from someone working right at the intersection of AI and product. We are incredibly lucky to have her with us today. Now, if Elena's talk made you realize you need an AI upskill, Product School's got you covered. To help you navigate AI transformation journey, we've created a comprehensive guide designed to empower your product teams to build strategic AI capabilities. Based on insights from product leaders, this guide takes you through the challenges of AI adoption, presents actionable frameworks, and provides real-world use cases, all aimed at integrating AI into your team's daily workflows and achieving lasting results. Scan the QR code to download. Okay, now that we're in full swing, it is time to keep that momentum going as we head into our next session. And if you've been tuning in to past ProductCons, this next speaker might be a familiar face. He was an absolute star at ProductCon London earlier this year, and we are thrilled to welcome him back by popular demand. Pop quiz, any guesses who it might be? Anybody? Actually, you know what? How about this? Before we bring him on for his second ProductCon appearance, let's take a quick look at the ProductCon calendar for the year ahead. You might even spot him in the highlight reel. Wow. Product School not only leads the world in product training, but also brings the global product community together through the largest product conference series on the planet. Their commitment to education and community building, it is truly unmatched. So that video got me hyped for another incredible year of ProductCon, and I think I caught a glimpse of our next speaker. Friends, please welcome Dave Colleen, VP of Product at Pindle. Dave's talk is all about create your own AI operating system as a product leader. This is a topic that touches everybody in the product world, whether you're deep into AI or just starting to explore its potential. So tune in, take a few notes, and get ready to be inspired because I know I will be.
Hi everybody, it's fantastic to be back at ProductCon. We have a problem as product geeks. We are drowning. The pace of competition, the fire hose of information, the speed of decision making, it has all exponentially increased. And quite frankly, the old ways of working aren't just inefficient, they are a total recipe for burnout. Today, we're going to build on my ProductCon London presentation from earlier this year and architect a solution. For those of you who were at the presentation or may have watched the recording on Product School's YouTube channel, QR code down below, we laid the groundwork with a 3-part framework to 10x your productivity as a product leader through more effective use of AI tooling and techniques. Using speech to text to save time, a ton of time, a day a week, by the way, not kidding. Using your calendar to protect that saved time. And then, most importantly of all, using that reclaimed time to amplify your impact by playing with AI more effectively. The talk went down bonkersly brilliant. And today, Carlos and I want to go deeper into that third pillar to answer that crucial next question. Now that we have the time, how do we really use AI to process our thinking? To do that, we have to first solve for a more fundamental problem. The problem that many of us looks like something like this. Most of us live in this room. It's called the yellow sticky room that I introduced back in February. It's a hilarious yet all too relatable GIF, sadly. A chaos of brilliant ideas, fleeting thoughts, and crucial reminders scattered across dozens of apps. And notebooks, and yes, actual sticky notes. And our brains are just overwhelmed, just trying to keep track of it all, right? So this is the barrier I feel to truly amplifying our impact. Whereas the AI operating system that we're going to architect today, I think is the answer to escaping the yellow sticky room. It's the system that is designed to intelligently file away everything for you and bubble it back up at the right context, the right place, the right time. Before we dive in and do this demo, my real day-to-day system obviously contains a lot more private information, and I won't bore the pants off you with any of it. I'm sure you don't have a look at it. Instead, I will build a lightweight demo space, which just took 2 hours to build. And by the way, I'm calling that out because I want to make sure that you don't feel too daunted about what I'm about to show you. It's not that difficult if you just invest some time and leaning into it. This demo, sir, is designed to pull back the curtains and show you the key pillars and core ingredients of what is possible. The goal, like I say, is not to copy my setup, but to spark your imagination about how you can escape your own yellow sticky room. So let's take one of those thousands of yellow sticky notes as a concrete example. It's not always a high-level strategic note. Sometimes the most important thoughts are about our team, the ones that brilliantly build culture and morale. Leaving the Pendo London office after a fantastic customer on-site event, I was thinking about my colleague Kenneth that you see here on the screen, and the amazing job that he did running it. I made a mental note to tell his line manager, Gabby, and to praise him publicly in our next town hall. That's the classic yellow sticky note thought. In a chaotic system, it gets lost. The intention fades. The opportunity to be that better colleague is missed. But in an AI operating system, this happens instead.
Kenneth did a fantastic job at managing the customer on site this week. And I just want to make sure that we mention it at the next town hall and we give Gabby a shout out to make sure that she's aware of it.
And then just when I'm about to pull my phone away, I remember a critical insight from a customer call earlier in the day.
Acme Travel mentioned on today's customer discovery call that they want to take part in the beta testing of our new analytics agent. They're struggling to understand the dollar impact of what's being released across their portfolio and to communicate that effectively to the board.
Okay, so now we have 2 completely different thoughts captured in the system, one right after the other. The first is an internal piece of leadership feedback. The second is a critical customer and product insight. In a normal system, these are just 2 unrelated memos lost in the list. But in the background, the OS is working on both. Let's see what it did, and I think you're going to love this.
Okie dokie, so let's look at what happened in the mere seconds after we captured those 2 thoughts. And this is the absolute core of the AI operating system. It's not just about capture, it's about AI-powered intelligent routing. Let's look at the thought about Kenneth. So that's come onto my Today page through the voice note that I submitted through mobile. And what you see here wasn't just transcribed word for word. The OS correctly identified both people involved, Kenneth and his line manager, Gabby. But look at this. This is the really powerful part. It understood my intent. It extracted the town hall as a specific meeting where this praise should be mentioned. It even helpfully created a concise summary at the title level, at the node level, while keeping the full original thought perfectly preserved word for word underneath. And at the same time, for the customer feedback, it attached the company, Acme Travel, and was even smart enough to infer that how I used it in the voice note, analytics agent, actually maps correctly to the project in terms of how we call it here, which is the agent analytics. And for the Kenneth note, we can see that the automatically extracted context now means that I get to see this note in the upcoming town hall meeting page and also in my one-to-one with his line manager, Gabby. This is what I mean by the powerful routing. And as we'll see further in this presentation, it gets really interesting. A system like this is so hugely effective because it means the right context appears at the right time for the right person, for the right project, and for the right meeting. It takes this chaotic, unstructured stream of our day and transforms it into structured, actionable intelligence, filed away in exactly the right places. And it's important to remember, by the way, I've shown you this happening with voice on my mobile app, but because that's often where my ideas personally strike. But the principle is exactly the same. Whether you type a note onto your computer or use a voice-to-text app at your desk, the power isn't in the capture method, it's in what happens next when you apply a tag to a thought. And the engine that makes all of this possible, as we'll see in a second, is the architecture. Let's continue.
So how did that happen? How did the system know to connect a thought about Kenneth to my one-to-one with Gabby and a customer insight about Acme Travel to our internal product strategy? It's because The entire system is designed around a simple truth. Creativity is just connecting things. And that is the fundamental problem of the yellow sticky room. It's a room full of disconnected things, of brilliant ideas, of important facts, fleeting thoughts, all sitting in isolation. It's a graveyard of potential creativity because there is no system for connection. An AI operating system, on the other hand, is built for this one purpose, to be that connection machine. It's an architecture designed to find the hidden threads between a customer insight from today, a leadership thought from yesterday, a book highlight from 6 months ago. It helps you do the one thing that matters, to see connections that lead to genuine breakthrough. But to build this connection machine, you first need a blueprint. You have to define the rules for how your system connects information. And let's now look at the architecture that makes this possible. So, to build the connection machine that Jobs talks about, you need an architecture. And the first and often most overwhelming choice is that you have to make about what tool to build it with. And the personal knowledge management space, or PKM space, has absolutely mushroomed. There are dozens of fantastic options out there, and it can be daunting to navigate. But the simplest way to think about it is on the spectrum. On one end, you have beautifully simple structured tools like Reflect, really great place to start. In other areas, you have incredibly flexible community-driven systems like Obsidian. And on the far end of the spectrum, you have what I believe to be the next generation powerful AI native platforms designed from the ground up to be a true operating system. That's the category where Tana sits, and I've chosen it for this demonstration because its unique flexibility, deep AI integration gives us the perfect set of ingredients to cook up with. It's the ideal canvas to show you the kind of architecture I'm talking about. Let's jump in.
Okay, so let's pull the curtains back on that canvas. I'm going to walk through the core ingredients that you have to cook with when building out your AI brain. Let's first look at the Kudos super tag from our first demo. Think of a super tag as a blueprint for a type of information. And every super tag has fields, which you design yourself that you can see here. So very straightforward stuff, right? You can go as simple or as complicated as you want, but the structure, ultimately, that's the foundation we're looking to build out here, right? Now, here's how the magic from the opening demo actually happened. When that Kudos super tag was applied to that node, it triggered an AI-powered workflow that I designed. First up, there is what's called the autofill behavior using AI. That converts the node heading into something simpler based on the prompt that you can see here. Summarize the Kudos in a statement and include the subject. And if we scroll on further down, here's where the AI-powered automation happens. We're telling it that when that super tag, that Kudos tag, is added to the node, then autofill the child fields that we've given that particular super tag beneath that node using AI. So you can go to town on this with a bunch of pre-built commands that you can see here that have them automatically triggered on your content. This is powerful, powerful stuff. So that's the first job of the AI in the OS, the AI-powered filing and routing. Really, really important. But there's much, much, much more. The AI can also be a creative partner for us to help generate new knowledge and insights. For example, I'm going to just open up a blank note here, and I'm just going to ask the AI, give me the top 10 leadership books with date published in table form. Now, just wait a few seconds for that to come through, and it's doing its thing. It's trying to pull everything together into a table. Here it comes, and this is fantastic. This is really, really good. So now we're going to have the AI do some work for itself. So actually using the full context of that table it's just generated, what does the AI think would be other additional columns that might be useful to have? So let's click on this, and we will see it come through in a second. And now we have notable quotes. That's a great idea. So definitely let's add that in. And by the way, I can add in any other columns and have AI define those columns as well, which will then look against the content of the rest of the table. As I scan these quotes, this one's lovely. To make it now permanent part of my thinking and my wider knowledge, I'm going to simply add it as an insight tag and add that in. And I've configured the insight tag a bit like a cookery program with its own AI action so that whenever I add it, the AI automatically classifies the topic for me. So let's tag a few more. I love Readwise. I use it all the time. I clip everything from my Kindle books, my podcasts, what I look at on Twitter, all comes through, different web page clippings and so on. And every morning now, Readwise sends my Tana any clippings it's found from me. And so just for the sake of demo convenience, I've only pulled in a handful of Readwise notes here and added the node into this particular part of my page. And you'll see now, We jump in. Here's Monetizing Innovation. Fantastic book. Look at this sad stat. 65% of new products fail. Shockingly sad. Let's also now add that as an insight. And now, final hurdle for this part of the demo. Now let's look at the final ingredient of live searches. Everything here is structured now, and is because it's automatically classified, I can create that search for all my insights. I could filter by topic if I wanted to, and that is just brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. So those are just the building blocks at a high level. Now, to show you how all of this hangs together, over the next few minutes, we're going to look at an end-to-end workflow weekly planning. We'll see how to go from daily planning right through to my weekly reflections on a Friday. You'll see how I've created this AI agent in Tana. We've playfully called him Friday Freddy, and he is then able to work with me. I'll show you how we have this dance back and forth, and I give Freddy context through various different stage searches, and it helps he and I plan the week ahead together. I want to emphasize this is less about the use case of weekly planning. It's all about, as I mentioned before, showing you the ingredients that you have to cook up with. Just giving context into a project folder in ChatGPT isn't really that good. What you can do here, as you'll see in a second, with Tana, is you can actually inject these live searches in, which change over time, right? They evolve, and therefore that context is living and breathing. And that has a fundamental different way then, ultimately, of working with your knowledge graph. So the goal here is to show you that you can create a system for anything, limited only largely by your imagination, for streamlining your own unique workflows. Let's jump in. So it starts with the daily page in Tana. At the top of every single day, I had this content block that automatically appears. It's been pre-configured. It's called the morning journal. You'll see also that there's a mic icon there. It's because we've actually configured that node to accept voice input directly into the app from desktop. So in the interest of time, I'm not going to fill that out live, but it's a simple thing. I just talk through my thoughts for the day, running through each of these prompts, and the AI then automatically populates the fields that you see here. You can see it also has a search at the bottom of the fields area that pulls in things like open risks that I need to be aware of. So you can really configure this to what you want, and it's a great forcing function for those atomic habits that you might want to be bringing in here. So here's one I made earlier that has been completed. I do this every day, capturing those small thoughts and reflections. Now, let's fast forward to Friday. It's Friday afternoon and it's at the end of the week, and I want to reflect on what happened and plan for the week ahead. And because it's a Friday page, I pre-configured this to have a new custom command that automatically appears on a Friday page. And that is an agent that I've designed in Tana, and it's called Friday Freddy. Now, when I click on Freddy, it's not just a simple chatbot. I've configured it to do something incredibly powerful that you're about to see here. It's a system prompt for the agent. This is what you're seeing here. I've told it that you are my personal executive assistant, and this is the most important part. I've instructed it to load up its context with a series of saved searches from my graph, covering everything that I've been doing in the last week. It's pulling in my weekly thoughts, my goals, my journal entries, market and customer insights, everything. I'll capture the whole caboodle. The agent's job then, Freddy, is to then guide me through a weekly reflection of everything that's grounded in my actual goals, my actual week. We have this dance back and forth to effectively plan ahead. Now let's see this in action. Okay, so let's now click Friday Freddy. So Friday Freddy is off to town. He's going to pull in all that context we had from the previous week's milestones, all those saved searches, that context we've given into the agent, pulling together all the journal insights, all obviously fictitious. And now I'm being asked how I felt. So in the interest of time, I'm going to say fab. And then what am I going to get done for the week ahead? I'm just going to put this in, and then boom, great. And now I'm going to click create the plan for the week. And then all of that then will come in over here on the left. I've got my plan, and if I pop ahead, you see these are my current weekly milestones over here on the right. And if I go over to the following week, I'll then see a different set of milestones for the week ahead. There you go. So what we've seen so far is the state of the art today. Systems that we can architect where we deliberately capture and orchestrate information. But I want to leave you with a glimpse of where this is all going. Because as you can probably tell from this presentation, I have a somewhat unhealthy obsession with all things AI, tools, and tech, and I've been experimenting with what you see in the screen here in this for the last few weeks, and it's called the limitless pendant. And for me, it's been an absolute game changer. It's been bonkers. Now, I get it. I get it can feel a little awkward, and I don't wear it around other people. I'm not just that comfortable doing so just yet. And to be honest, I even hesitated showing this off in the presentation for fear of making enemies. My use case, though, is simple. When I'm out for a jog or I'm walking to work, ideas come to me. I capture them without
ever breaking my stride to pull out the phone. And before we dismiss this as a niche gadget, let's look at the signals, right? Amazon recently purchased Bee, a company making a very similar device. And Sam Altman and Johnny Ive are now working together on a new generation of AI hardware that does the same thing. And he expects to ship 100 million of them in the next few years. The space is heating up because the biggest minds in tech know that the next breakthrough comes from giving our AI partners truly seamless context. This is, for me, the inspirational direction of travel. It's a future with less screen time, where our AIs have the rich, the real world context needed for far more fruitful and collaborative exchanges. This, for me, is where the puck is going, and obviously fraught with privacy issues, but if overcome, hugely, hugely exciting. But this exciting future of technology isn't, for me, the real payoff. The real payoff is what it gives back to us. I was on holiday recently, reading what I sense will quickly become one of the most transformative books of my career. And ironically, it's called The Brain at Rest. And it was an absolute bloody revelation, honestly, because I've been thinking a lot about this feeling that I have now for a while, for the first time in my career. I'm getting more done than ever. And because of that, I just feel less guilty when I switch off the laptop. The book explains why this is so important. It talks about how our work, our day-to-day pushes our brains into the executive network that's the get it done mode, right? All day long. But our best ideas, the scientific breakthroughs, the moments where we, to quote Jobs, connect the dots, all that comes from our default mode network, which we make little time for. This is a part of our brain that flourishes only when we rest and let our minds wander. And for me, the AI operating system is your permission slip. Honestly, it's the trusted system that allows you to nourish your default mode network without feeling guilty. It gives you permission to take the nap. Honestly, science backs it, to let your thoughts percolate. When you combine a rested, creative mind with a system that effortlessly captures and connects your thoughts, it is such an almighty win-win. Personally, I have never been, as you can probably tell, more excited. So, your journey this week, maybe next, starts with 3 actions. 1, architect your blueprint. Define your core structure, just as we discussed, right? 2, automate your information flow. Pick a workflow, something like you just overwhelms you, and an information workflow, right? And build a simple agent for it. Use N8N, Gumloop.com, Zapier, brilliant playgrounds for this. Honestly, I'll be doing a lot more video on all of this soon. And you could even have those endpoints connect into your PKM through APIs, right? And 3, the most important bit of all of this, please, is embrace mind wandering. I'm absolutely serious. Put time in your calendar, not just to think deeply, very important, but to get away from your damn desk. Go for the lunch break walk. Get some fresh air, look at the sky, look at the trees. The book I mentioned, The Brain at Rest, jokingly advocates for hugging them. And as much as I read the science about it, I haven't had the courage yet to do it, but I probably will one day. So make time for rest, make time for your mind to wander. And you can do this with the complete comfort of knowing that actually what we built is this fantastic system. It's now ready and waiting to dance with and capture all of the creativity that will then come pouring your way as a result of leaning into your default mode network. So the goal of your AI operating system isn't just to be more productive, it's to be more strategic, more creative, and ultimately much more human. Thank you very much for listening. This is me here. I'll be setting up a YouTube channel quite soon, and I'll be posting about all sorts of tips, tricks, and shenanigans when it comes to AI to drive a better and far more healthier work-life balance. Thank you very much for listening. Take care.
Huge thanks to Dave. Appreciate you, buddy. Somehow even better than last time. You're always raising the bar, my man, and we are here for it. Now it is time for our next networking break. This session's prompt: how are you measuring AI success? Let me say it again. How are you measuring AI success? It's a crucial question as we all navigate the evolving AI landscape. So dive into those deep conversations. You know the drill, friends. Head on over to the virtual networking area and we will see you back here in, I lost my watch, 10 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. We hope you all had some inspiring conversations around your AI goals and around the metrics. Now, let's jump straight into our next exciting segment. And trust me, you'll want to pay attention. Carlos is back with his second product podcast interview of the day. This time, he's joined by none other than Inbal Shani, Chief Product Officer at Twilio. Together, they'll be diving into a topic that's front of mind for all of us: how to incorporate AI into your product strategy. This is a must listen, so let's get into it.
Welcome back to the Product Podcast, Inba.
Oh my God, it's so great to be here. Thank you so much for having me again.
So last time you joined us was around 4 years ago. You were the CPO at GitHub and you just had launched the GitHub Copilot.
Very, very true. You know, before the AI hype was real, we just started it.
Oh my God, and you are one of those starters. So what has been kind of the latest and greatest on your end?
Oh, so many things. So, you know, maybe just a recap, GitHub was the start of the current AI hype, but about myself, maybe in 2 minutes or less. I've been an AI ML veteran since the beginning of my career. Started my career as an applied scientist, tuned models, did neural networks and genetic algorithms, things that at that time was considered the beginning of machine learning. And then had the chance to spend time in Amazon, build robots, build Alexa, doing NLP at the time that NLP was only a single turn. And then spent some time in Microsoft, in AWS as a general manager in compute. And then I went to GitHub, had a chance to be there at the beginning of the Copilot era. Had a chance to build an AI-powered code complete for developers that ever since then became the Copilot brand name for all the AI activities that Microsoft is focusing on. Had the chance to also take AI towards security. And then a year and a half ago, joined Twilio. With the goal to revamp customer experience. Like it's the customer journey in the world of AI is going to look completely different than what we're used to, what we imagine it to be. It's a new world for us. So joined as CPO and head of R&D for Twilio, working on a new customer engagement platform. It's our One Twilio platform. We built the strategy. We started shipping a lot of capabilities in our recent Signal conference, a lot about conversational AI, different AI tools to power security for communication. It's definitely an exciting world. You know, it's a lot of white space and innovation. So happy to be here to talk to you about what happens is.
Yeah, I'm going to try to unpack some of the things that you mentioned. Well, first of all, your title says Chief Product Officer and Head of R&D. Sure. What does Head of R&D add to your standard responsibilities as a CPO?
So in addition to managing all the product capabilities, I also manage the engineering and engineering operations for the company. So think about, you know, from a product manager started with the idea of building something and into all the way to the production. So it's an end-to-end head of R&D role.
So you make it happen until the very end.
It happen. It's my team that makes it happen. I just try not to break it.
Cool. Well, one of the things that I heard you say is that AI is not a strategy. So how are you thinking about it?
So AI is not a strategy because what I've seen happen, you know, when the hype started is all the companies, CEOs, CIOs went to their teams and asking them, what's your AI strategy? How are you going to make these magnificent hype that is happening something that is real for a company? And as someone who grew up in a customer obsessed world, this customer mindset, you first think about what is the problem you're trying to solve and then find the right tool. When I'm looking into AI, it's an awesome tool. It's an amazing advancements in the technology that is likely the biggest one that we've seen so far, but you cannot take a tool and make it into a strategy. So you take a tool and you try to figure out what are these things that I'm trying to achieve? What is the new customer needs? What are their evolving needs? What are these issues that maybe before I could not solve, and now with these amazing tool, I can make it better. I can improve customer experience. I can improve automation. I can make developers more productive. There's a lot of questions you should ask yourself as the strategy versus what are you going to do with AI? What are you going to do with AI is a wrong question because you're looking into a tool, you're trying to stretch it and make it work for something that maybe is not the best solution for. And it's maybe not benefiting customers. So then comes the question into, why do you need it? So when I'm saying AI is not a strategy, it's like the customer need is always the strategy. And you always find what are these relevant tools to make that need solvable, experience better, automation, productivity, all of that.
So that's where I think some companies struggle, right? Like today, it's not a secret that AI is here to stay. It's very powerful. It has a ton of benefits. And even there are some claims from the very top, like CEO level, say we need to be AI first, or we need to adopt AI to a certain degree. But I think the next level is thinking about, well, other than why, what are some of the actionable ways of measuring that type of progress?
Right, 100%. Because, for example, if you're thinking about making your teams more productive, that is a strategy for a CEO. I want my teams to be more productive. I want my engineering team to be able to ship code and innovate faster. I want to be able for my support team to be able to handle a bigger load of tickets coming in. I want my marketing organization to be more targeted towards kind of making marketing campaigns more effective, more relevant for our customers. So these are big things that a CEO should go to their team and asking them to do better, right? To improve, to continue to enhance themselves. And then you're looking through the lens of, okay, how can I use these AI capabilities to make my engineering more effective? If it's a code complete tool, if it's automation, if it's testing, if it's even documentation that can be done faster, maybe it's repo management. There's a lot of things that you can use a tool to make your developer team more productive. There's a lot of things you can do to make your support team more productive. Maybe you deploy an AI agent that filter the funnel of tickets coming in. Maybe it makes document search for a customer looking to solve a problem much more seamless. Maybe escalation to an agent is becoming faster, more relevant. So basically, you find yourself measuring the things that matter. And the things that matter are around productivity, around automation, time to market, customer value. And then you don't need to use the AI measurements as a success metrics. You're looking into the real problem as a success measurement.
I want to try to push you to help us go one step further here, because I think that's where the nitty-gritty is. And I personally want to learn more about it, right? So assuming that AI is not the strategy, we start with the why. The customer need is the strategy. We identified a certain set of use cases that can be measured and where AI makes sense to deliver that type of progress. Then what?
Well, that's the product manager 101, right? When you're building a product, you have to have a success criteria in mind. Doesn't matter which product it is. What is your end goal? What are you trying to achieve? Let's take into example one of our recent product that we have launched in Twitter. It's called Conversational Relay. The idea was, how are we taking the world of AI agent into the world of voice flows? So how are we helping customers realize better AGIs on top of a voice flow so they can build their own agents using kind of the Twilio platform and make support cases more successful? When you're looking into that world, you're asking yourself, what is that problem we're trying to solve for customers? So what are you trying to do? You're trying to reduce the amount of tickets coming into a support team. You are looking into creating a better CSAT with the customers that are engaging with the bot, because we all remember the world of IVR. Click 1, click 2, and then click 55 more ones to get into an agent at the end of the line. And by that time, you're so frustrated and you're very tired and you don't want to talk to anyone anymore. So how are we removing friction, right? Making customer satisfaction higher? How are you creating shorter time for resolution when a customer has an issue? So these are the success metrics in this specific example that you define to yourself. And now you're putting the tools in place and you're starting to see how is this evolving from a legacy kind of engagement to a new AGI power engagement. Do I see any improvements in the customer satisfaction? Do I see shorter time to resolution from the flow? Is customers less asking to talk to a human agent? Like how much escalation to an agent? So you're looking for that specific use case and you're defining these specific metrics. And then you're comparing one approach versus another. You're kind of doing your A/B testing. This is the experience I had. This is the experience I'm going for. Or this is what the market has been doing. Here's what my new approach is. and you're looking to see these improvements because these are tangible. This is something you can measure. If you're trying to say, is my AI making me more productive? The definition of productivity is like, it's the most ambiguous one. And well, I remember that I had one conversation with a customer and they asked me, how do I measure that my team is more productive? It's like, I don't know. How do you measure their productivity today? Is it the amount of lines of code they're writing? Is there the time to development? Is that the time to fix an issue? Is that the time to roll back when there is an outage? How do you define productivity? Against that baseline, now you can deploy a tool and measure the betterment of that tool. Is it making your team more productive? But if you don't know to define these success metrics, there is no one fits all that is helpful. It depends on the use case.
Sorry, I get it, and I love that we're getting to that nitty-gritty. I just want to even push us further here for a product person himself, right? As you are now going through this development cycle, if you will, and you are incorporating some level of AI to execute on your behalf, to validate if that execution is correct. Like, how much of that process, if you will, is changing now for the next generation product leader?
I think it changed a lot, but it's mainly changed the way we think and operate. When we're thinking as a product manager in a world of digital software development, which is where we were before the age of AI, when you define an experience, you usually had a set of outcomes that are well defined, right? It was a world that was very deterministic. Even when your software developer was taking kind of your product vision and they were sitting down and writing code, they wrote that code line by line. They knew exactly what it is they're trying to build against. Now, as a product manager, you're defining a world that is much more behavioral versus a specific outcome that you expect, because that world is not deterministic anymore. If you're now using AI tool, we live in a world that is much more stochastic in nature, which means you cannot always predict what is your AI agent going to do and behave in every given moment. But you want to give it boundaries for the behavior. So if you're looking to automate contact centers, okay, you're looking to augment people with AI agent. You're looking to deploy an AI agent that is trying to solve a specific set of problems. Now, in the previous world, you would define these flow to the T. You will tell it if a customer is asking A, you give them these options. Now they go down the tree. There are 3 more options. Now you're giving more the training to the model. You're telling it, if a customer is asking this question, here's the corpus of data that you should search to find the answer and then craft the answer in a specific way. But if I'm a customer A, I will get this answer. If I'm a customer B, I will get a very different answer. It's still same in nature, but the product manager cannot anticipate how the AI tool is exactly going to craft this answer. And is it going to cover all the points that the product manager wanted to define in that flow of answers? So now comes the time that you're defining behavior, not defining flows. And then you're moving this behavior to your engineering team, and the engineering team needs to start building this behavior. And then there is even bigger ambiguity around that. So as a product manager, you need to start thinking differently. You're starting to focus on what is that behavior of that product that I'm trying to build? What does good look like? What does bad look like? How does a good day look like? What does bad day look like? What I want it to do and what I don't want it to do, and what I cannot handle, what I cannot predict. And what can I not predict? How much of that is bad? How much is that is good? So it's becoming an interesting world that we were in a 1-0 world to a world that we have 1, we have 0, and we have everything, all the numbers between 1 and 0 happening, right? It's an infinite opportunities that exist in the middle. So I think that's one. It's change your mindset that you cannot control everything. You need to define these guardrails and then test that whatever you planned is operating with that guardrail. I think that the second element is you need to understand the system that you operate within much more deeply. Like you need to have that system thinking because you cannot control every if else that exists in that flow. You need to be able to wrap your head around what is my system design? So how are all these components that I'm building going to interact with each other? What is that outcome that I'm trying to achieve at the end of the day? And when you're thinking about these two, it's like, okay, I have infinite possibilities in my level of behavior. And then I need to understand the system design. These are two things that historically product management did not spend time on. And it's not necessarily tools or skills that we all have in our toolbox because we never spend time on. So how are you learning to develop these tools and skill set? You need to understand the tool better. Most of the time as product managers, we don't spend so much time on the tech per se. Like you don't go and understand the cloud that your engineering team is building on every aspect of it. But it's not the same when you're now starting to use things like AI tools, because you need to understand what you're asking the engineering teams to do. You have to understand the world it operates and how it operates.
That's a really good point. And you come from a very technical background, which I'm sure helps. I remember back in the day, a lot of PMs would come from that technical background. That was glorified. Then there was a phase where the narrative was, well, you don't need to be that technical, right? You can do a lot of things without code. And I feel like we're going a little back in that sense, but maybe it's not so much from the coding standpoint. So I would love to learn more about what are some of those technical aspects that you are referencing to for a PM to actually be confident in this AI world.
Yeah, so I'll start with the first one that I mentioned is system design. You need to understand the components of the system that is powering that experience that you're trying to build or that product that you're trying to build. Understand the cloud that it is running on, understand the capabilities of the AI tools that maybe your engineering team was choosing for you, and understand how all of these are connected. So spend more time in understanding the high level components of the system that is powering that product. I think the second thing is you have to educate yourself on what AI is. Because we have, it's a big statement, AI. Most of folks that they talk today about AI are talking about AGI or LLM. AI is a wide variety of spectrum that includes a lot of things from machine learning models to AGIs today. So educate yourself. What does that mean? What does an LLM? How an LLM is behaving? What is an agentic AI? How does an agentic AI workload behave? What is predictive AI? Because also you want to be able to guide your engineering team on the right choice. Each one of them has a cost. Each one of them has a pros and cons. You cannot leave completely that decision just to the engineering team. So understand the models. And I think the third one is spend time on how would you measure success on the outcome? What do you want to get out of that? And it's not, I want a customer that is happy. Like, what exactly are these outcomes that you would like the system to produce for you so you can measure them? So it's much more analytical in nature, the measurements and behavior that they are looking for. And I think the fourth one, I would say cost, because sometimes we are not looking into how much does it cost us to develop a product from the level of infrastructure. And we know that AI workloads tends to be very expensive. So understanding the cost that is associated with your product to also be able to choose the right AI solution for the product you're trying to build.
I like that last point because I've been hammering on that for quite some time. In fact, we see more and more product leaders becoming GMs officially or unofficially, right, to have a better understanding of like the unit economics of the business. But like the other point that you mentioned around like being more technical, understanding system design and like being able to even be a partner to the engineers, not just bullshit your way through engineering, is now more relevant. In a way, like the role is now more demanding because you're also probably going to have less of those type of roles, given that I assume your team might be bigger if you can leverage more AI agents.
Right. I think that the role is definitely shifting. Like you will see, I agree with you, officially or unofficially. In my view, PM have always been some sort of a GM, because if not, you're a product owner, not a product manager. And for me, that's the biggest difference is as a product manager, you need to understand the product you're building, but you also need to understand the business that you're operating in, right? You need to understand what is the unit of economics. You need to understand how the marketing team is going to help position the product you have built. You need to understand the go-to-market engine that eventually is going to sell your product. You need to understand which customers you are selling to and why you're selling to these customers and how these customers are going to behave. It's definitely becoming more and more relevant in the world today because our systems are becoming more and more complex. The use cases are becoming more and more broad. So the role of a product manager is becoming more end-to-end in the thinking from I have an idea to how my customers is using my product, but also how my sales team is selling that product, as well as what my customers are doing with my product that I never imagined they will do, which happens more often than none.
So now I would like to shift gears and talk about how you're actually implementing AI within your portfolio of products, right? It's almost like drinking your own champagne. And the first thing that comes to mind when I see a company like Twilio is like, oh my God, this is massive. There are so many products that like, I want to understand you. I heard you use the term customer engagement platform. Like, how do you actually position your product?
So our product, which it's a customer engagement platform, it's a customer experience platform. We look at that as a Twilio platform. And the biggest thing that when we're looking into our platform, we're looking to make the customer journey better with a brand. So all of us have experience having endless SMS or emails in our mailbox with a marketing campaign that we never will click on because maybe that's not interesting to us. It's not appealing. We think maybe it's a phishing campaign. It's not relevant, right? There's a lot of noise. So when we're shifting in Twilio the perspective to a customer engagement, we want to make sure that we are doing the right service for our consumers, not necessarily just our customers, but the end consumer that is getting that SMS, that is getting that email, that is getting that engagement contact from a brand to make it more appealing, to make it more relevant, to make it more personalized to you. If it's a marketing engagement, if it's a support engagement, maybe it's a sales engagement, maybe when you think about Twilio, think about like the basic thing. You're getting a reminder from your health provider that you have an appointment and you need to see your doctor. That is powered by Twilio. Now, what we have learned just by looking into that specific use case, you're getting a notification that you have an appointment with your doctor. If we make that engagement coming to you through the right channel that you're likely to engage, you're more likely to show up to that meeting. So we help that business to achieve the goal they wanted to achieve, which is you showing up to a meeting with your doctor, which if we'll not get any reminder, you're likely not going to show up. And if you get a reminder on a channel that you don't necessarily engage with, it can be an email or an SMS, you're not likely to show up. So how do we find that specific channel that you're more likely to engage with? And the second thing, how are we making that message much more relevant to you? If it's mentioning your name, or you have an appointment with Dr. A, B, and C, and maybe the goal of that meeting, and maybe you're waiting for 5 months for that meeting. So we are going to remind you again and again that you should show up to that meeting. So that's one example, but think about anything. There is a, Nordstrom sale happening right now. Everyone is getting flooded by messages, but it's like, okay, do I shop usually in Nordstrom or maybe not? Why do I shop in Nordstrom? Maybe not. So how have I making that engagement much more relevant to me and my shopping experience, my brand engagement that we're looking for? So when we're talking about a customer engagement, that's how we're thinking, is who you are as a consumer. What do I know about you through my engagement with that specific brand, which is the memory of you? And then what is the message you're likely to react to or not? And how am I making that message to much more conversational versus just flooding you with a marketing campaign? Like, how am I creating a two-way conversation? So that's, in a broader kind of brushstrokes on the Twilio platform. But now going back to AI, like where AI is relevant to the customer engagement platform, the short answer is everywhere. Think about that you're getting SMS that might be real, maybe not. You don't know if it's a spam or a fraud or someone is trying to get your SSN number. How am I making sure that when you get that message, you trust it? There is security tools that are running on the background and they're monitoring the traffic. They're validating the sender on Twilio's behalf to making sure that if we're sending you, Carlos, a message, it's coming from a validated sender. And then monitoring that the traffic itself is also secure. So you have an AI tool that is doing monitoring on traffic. You have AI tools that are sitting in these conversational AI virtual agent flow. So when you're calling someone and you want to talk to support, and instead of having these 1, 2, 3 clicks, you are talking to an AI agent that is similar to a human engagement. You have these conversational that is happening. We recommend a brand what type of message they should send you through which channel, because we understand your profile. So we know that you, Carlos, likely read more emails than open an SMS, or maybe you prefer a WhatsApp versus an SMS because you spend more time on that. And you likely engage with a brand that is selling shoes versus selling shirts. So if they want to reach out to you, maybe they should send you a campaign around shoes and not necessarily about shirts. So all of that is AI, because now we're looking to curating the data and activating that data through different flows. So these are just examples. When you're thinking about a customer engagement platform, it's likely one of the richer platform in AI capabilities because it's all about data activation and personalization.
And I think a lot of that intelligence that you are describing wasn't available that way before. Like I would think of Twilio, we are customers of Segment before you acquired Segment. It was more of the pipeline of like, okay, here is where the data flows, but then we need a different tool that maybe holds the data and interprets the data, and everything had to be integrated, and we needed multiple people, and we would spend a lot of meetings to kind of prep and clean up the data. And I think now that is available and it's hopefully living within a single platform. So that also simplifies the flow much more.
Yes, 100%. That's the goal. That's why we're calling it the One Twilio platform, because we're bringing together the communication, all the contextual data that you mentioned with Segment, which we are referring to more as a customer memory. Like we know who you are and how you behave, your timeline and events, and then combining that with AI to really drive that activation. What is that goal that you're trying to achieve, and how can we make it seamless for you to achieve on top of Twilio?
That leads me to another question around data flow, because I can imagine if a company starts from scratch using a single platform, then they don't have that problem because everything lives in the same place. But most companies that started some time ago, they will have some data fragmented across their CRM, their CDP, and other systems, right? And now we're hearing about MCP as the next version of API that can help simplify all of those integrations. So how are you thinking about bringing together data that is not currently living within your system?
Yeah, so for us, for example, in Segment, we have built data connectors for a while now. So besides the data that exists in our CDP, you can connect your data warehouse. You can connect the data that exists in Salesforce. So when we build the extensibility of Segment, we were focusing on making data connectors. And the idea is that you can connect any data source that you have in order to create that layer that is now being able to activate. That's contextual data layer. And then on top of that, you can run AI. I think one of the things that I've seen is that customers are trying to use AI as that data connector. So what happens at that point in time, you don't necessarily can control how AI will draw information from each one of the data sources. So you want to be able to connect these data sources before you're trying to apply AI on top of that. And connecting the data sources doesn't mean copying the data. It doesn't mean transferring the data. It means that you have kind of a connector that is orchestrating all your data sources. And now you can run the different AI models that you want on top of that data. It makes your AI much more robust and much more likely to do what you want it to do versus let the AI decide how to connect the data on your behalf.
So the data connectors or APIs have been around for some time. What we're hearing now is MCP as a new protocol. And I'm curious to know, how do you think that type of protocol can impact the way companies integrate with each other?
Yeah, so we see already companies that are using MCP. And the idea is more, how do you use MCP, right, to categorize the data, label the data so it's more readable by AI agents. That's the basic goal for an MCP. So that is one of the building blocks when you're thinking about the data connectors. You can connect them through an MCP server, or you can do different connectors and then call to an MCP server. There are different architecture that you can pick and choose. But if you're looking into that layer that is going to connect to an AI agent, more likely it will be MCP. But we live in such a fluid world that maybe today is MCP and tomorrow there is a different protocol. I don't think that anyone has landed yet on what exactly is that protocol is. We know that recently Google announced that they're donating I think the A2A protocol in order to make sure that AI to AI conversations are happening. So we're still in the middle of flux. We at Twilio, we support MCP servers because we want to be able to support our customers where they are. But it's one of the building blocks. When you think about your data strategy, you need to understand what is that architecture and where you want to use MCP and for what.
Mm-hmm. So I'm going to shift us to another area here that I'm very curious about, which is your own product team. As you have a portfolio of products, and you even mentioned you also own the R&D piece, how do you structure your own team?
So when we went through a restructure more recently, I think 6 months ago, to align our teams towards the product development. And basically the guiding principle was identify what are these areas that I want to cut across all my products. So what are these platform components? What are these shared services components? So you can think about like billing platform or a console. These are the elements that sit in kind of a shared services product team, because I want to make sure that the experiences we're building towards the customers are consistent, that the way we do billing is not cumbersome for customers. So we're making sure that we're aligning that. And then we're looking into structuring the teams that are building customer-facing products through their core capabilities. So we have a channels team that is responsible on all the channels. We have a team that is focusing on all the channel orchestration, because there's a lot of common ground between the channels that needs to come together and build this intelligent layer. And then we have teams that are focusing on data and identity. So they're focusing on activating the data towards creating this customer identity or identity verification. So the short answer is identify what are these overlap and what are these consistent teams you want to live together, because you're trying to create a standard, versus teams that are focusing on customer specific activation. And you want to make sure that these teams are focusing. Now, in terms of AI, we don't have a single AI team that exists within the product that they're responsible on AI, because as I said, we're treating AI as a tool. So my expectation is that all the PMs in my organizations are enabled on what is AI, how to use AI, where to use AI. We're much more focusing on centralizing data as a strategy versus AI, because AI is such a use case based type of an implementation and understanding that I wanted to decentralize the AI development across the different product team.
And for you as the CPO, like how do you balance the different even products and other shared services that you are overseeing, just to make sure that you are working on the right priorities for the business?
So we do annual planning. And in our annual planning, we're kind of defining, here's the big bets that we're going to go after year over year, or for the next year. Sometimes it's multi-year, but most of the time here's next year planning. And when we're doing these planning, we're looking to see what are our existing products, what is our existing platform that we need to support to continue growing our existing products. We identify what are these next set of products we're going to build, and how do we kind of align them to the current org structure? Do we need to build a new org and then have a backlog and working backwards plan? And that is the guiding principles towards how are we planning for the next year. And then, of course, all the execution is happening on a quarter by quarter. But the idea is that at the beginning of the year, we're looking into, here's the arc where we want to be at the end of the year. We also define the goals. Here is a ship date. Here is an outcome. Here's the amount of customers we want to onboard on these experiences. And we take the entire org through an annual planning. So it's identifying, do we have capacity? Do we have the right skills? How many people we have? So that's one element of the planning. And the other one is all around the working backwards. So the team has a high rigor of writing documents like PRFAQs or PRDs that really defines, here's the customer problems we're trying to solve, and here's why we're doing it. Here's the market research that is coming with that, and here's what we want to build. And these are kind of inputs to our planning.
So I was recently listening to an interview from the CEO at Perplexity, and he mentioned, obviously they are all about AI. He mentioned that everything is changing so fast that their planning goes on a quarter by quarter basis, just because they can't even predict what they're going to be focusing on next. And that might be too extreme, but in your case, I'm just curious to know, like, even assuming that you you can forecast for a year, like how do you go about also giving yourself enough wiggle room to also make adjustments based on new inputs?
Yeah, so because we do our execution plan on a quarter by quarter, we're always refining, we're always updating. Like we allow ourselves to pivot, but we want to be able to create that fabric for planning. And I think that the biggest difference between a company like Twilio and a company like Perplexity is a company that is built on AI, and like their core is AI. And that landscape continues to evolve so fast that they have to be able to be nimble and agile in a very, very high speed. While Twilio is a big company that is a communication platform company, a lot of our products are existing and growing. We are continuing to do a lot of improvements, but that business is a big business. We support 320,000 customers that we already have on Twilio. So I cannot break their stack every quarter and kind of be happy, right? So it's just a different world that Twilio lives in. And then we have different level of agility across our work streams. So when we're doing our planning, we kind of have 3 work streams. We have, here's what it takes to keep our customers' workloads running, right? It's the basic one. Don't have an outage. Don't break the stack. Make sure that the customers can continue running their very, very critical services that they're running on Twilio all the time going. And then you have the next work stream, which is all around how we continue to grow everything that we already ship. If it's feature enhancement, if it's upgrade, all of that. And then you have the third layer, which is all around fast innovation and products that we're building. That layer is much more fast moving, much more iterative. We continue to learn on a very fast pace. The second one is slightly slower, and the last one is slower. So you need to manage kind of speed across these 3 different work streams. Depends on where the company is, what's the level of maturity, and so on.
Do you define those 3 different work streams per product?
Yes. Yeah.
And then got it. And then within product, are the PMs supposed to define their percentage of time allocated to each of the work streams, or do you have dedicated PMs for each of those work streams?
So we have product teams that is supporting a product, and within that product team, we have PMs that are dedicated to the different work stream. Now, I would say it's a joint effort between what is the business outcome we're trying to achieve. So in the annual planning, we try to define this percentage across each one of these work streams. Here's what is your capacity towards make sure that the services are running. Here's your capacity to grow our existing one. And here is the net new innovation that we're expecting you to drive. So the PMs get that as a guideline as part of the planning. But of course, it's very flexible and it's very robust and it changes throughout the year. But we're trying to make sure that we're allocating enough capacity across all of them. So we don't find ourselves just doing all the fun, shiny stuff, but we also support our customers on the day-to-day basis.
And just to wrap this up, so I know you guys have this annual conference called Signal. You recently announced a bunch of new updates, including, funny enough, your partnership with Microsoft. You keep going back to Microsoft one way or another. What's next in the horizon for you?
Oh, lots of things that I cannot talk about. Well, there's a lot of things that are happening in the Twilio. As I mentioned, we started talking before that the customer journey is changing. And we at Twilio, we lead that change. We see ourselves as responsible to redefine customer journey. And as such, we're building a lot of new experiences and products based on our existing products, but also we're shipping our platform. By the end of the year, we've announced it in Signal that we're building that platform for our customers, and it's coming end of the year in kind of different phases, different variations. But that platform is that new customer engagement platform that you and I talked about, that is powered by AI, that is taking advantage of data, that is taking all the communication and creating that multi-channel orchestration. So these are big movements for Twilio. It's one of our biggest innovation in kind of bringing all these products together into a single platform versus the world of APIs that we lived in before. And there is much more exciting things we're working on that will be delivered by our next conference. So stay tuned.
Thank you, Inbal, for joining us again. It's been a pleasure to learn from you.
Thank you so much for having me, Carlos. It was so much fun seeing you again.
Big thanks to Inbal and Carlos. Another incredibly insightful session packed with actionable AI takeaways. Friends, question. Want to keep soaking up more of Carlos's product wisdom? I'm so glad you said yes. Product School offers 5 certifications designed to help you level up your skills and grow your product career. Truth time, I'm actually enrolled in the product manager certification myself, and I cannot wait to dive right in. Just gotta finish this DJ set real quick, right? Let's take a minute now to explore the full range of Product School courses and see which one might be the perfect fit for you.
Looking to level up in product? Product School offers certifications designed for every step of your journey. Get hands-on tools, real-world coaching, and training from product leaders in the world's top tech companies. We offer 5 unique certifications tailored to your goals, role, and experience level. The Product Management Certification. New to product? This certification helps you break in and succeed. The Product Leader Certification. Already a PM? Become a strategic leader and guide the roadmap. The AI for Product Certification. My personal favorite. Build the future with AI and integrate it into your product toolkit. The Product Growth Certification. Become the growth engine behind successful products. The Product Marketing Manager Certification. Launch confidently and connect your product with the people who need it. Product School grads don't just level up, they earn more. Our alumni report an average salary increase of over $15,000. Find a certification that matches your next career move and lead the charge in bringing products to life. Only at Product School.
Listen, I'm so pumped to get started with the PCM. And after today's sessions, the AI for Product certification, that is definitely next on my list. But I digress. Let's keep the momentum going with our next speaker. Please welcome Aman Khan, Head of Product at Arise AI. Now, Aman will be diving into how product managers can get the most out of Cursor, a must-hear for anyone looking to work smarter with AI tools. Another amazing voice from the front lines of AI and product. I cannot wait to hear this one. OMG. Aman, the stage is yours.
Okay. Hey, everyone. My name is Aman, and today I'm going to be talking about how PMs can get the most out of Cursor. So a little bit about me. So I actually have a background in machine learning and AI for the last few years. So I actually started my career working on self-driving car evaluations at a company called Cruise back in 2018, and then went over to Spotify to work on recommender systems in the machine learning platform, which is actually how I landed up at the company I'm at today, which is called Arise. Arise is an AI observability and evaluation platform for companies like Spotify, Uber, Reddit, Instacart, Duolingo, and many others that are building and deploying AI products in production. We help those companies basically figure out how their AI products are performing and go from development all the way through to production, and then continuously iterate on those AI products once they launch. But today what we're going to cover is my own personal workflow for using Cursor and talking about what Cursor is. It's a tool you've probably heard of and maybe even used already, and why it matters to AI PMs. We're going to be going deeper into how to use it for more than just vibe coding. And then we'll talk about how Cursor can make you a 10x more effective AI product manager in your day-to-day role as well. So let's hop in. So first off, to set a little bit of context, I think this is something that we're all feeling. I think we realize that the PM role is changing, right? The expectations on us and our teams has really leveled up in this new world where AI seems to be permeating how we use the technology and build around it. It almost feels like these functions that used to be discrete are now overlapping more and more around product engineering and design, and including that, sales and marketing as well. And what I want to kind of urge folks to think about is how to best level up using tools to kind of take the job function that would kind of be in part of the day-to-day of a PM role and incorporating components from the engineering teams or other teams to basically make you more effective at understanding how to go from an end-to-end product development process, starting all the way from writing your specs to coming to the team with prototypes, setting up your environment, doing testing, even helping out with code review and QA, And then lastly, documentation and actually shipping the product, and doing all of that within the same interface that you might be using for writing PRDs in the first place. So first off, what is Cursor when we jump into the product? So Cursor is what's called an interactive development environment, which is really just, it means it's a place for you to edit, write code, run code, see commands that help you run that code, and then actually see the files and directory structure of how that code is structured. And what that means really is it's a place for you to where your developers and your engineers may already be really familiar with the concept of the IDE, because it's kind of how natively software is developed. But what's different now is you can kind of use this IDE environment to actually use an agent to actually interactively learn about your code base, edit code, write code, and do it all in a way that feels really natural. And so that's really what we're going to be kind of talking about is, how to use this agent to level up your own sort of workflows when it comes to interacting with code and interacting with your engineering team. So these are sort of some of the high level components that we're going to be talking about when it comes to using Cursor. There's the structure of the directory, the editor, your chat history with the agent, and then that agent can sort of read and write back to your actual code that you might be editing. And then you have a terminal which can basically run commands. And so we're going to be kind of talking a little bit about how the agent can help out there as well. So a little bit to zoom out before we jump into actually using Cursor. Why should PMs care about Cursor in the first place? Why am I up here talking about an IDE to a group of product managers? Well, I want folks to kind of think about when you're using ChatGPT or Claude or these sort of chatbot agents to kind of do parts of your workflow today as a PM. We know this to be true already, that context is really everything, right? What you type in, the retrieval and documents that you put into your chat interface, that's really what determines how good the output is going to be from your AI in the first place. And what's really powerful is that because Cursor sits on top of your code base, it knows everything about the product that you're building with your team already, not just snippets that you decide to copy paste in. And it's really intelligent about going in and finding the right snippets to use. It can go beyond prototyping. So you can actually sort of turn Cursor into a few different roles, like an AI tech lead or document writer or debugging partner. And there's some real world PM workflows that you can start incorporating today into Cursor, like brainstorming. Use this code base, create a PRD for an agent. We're going to talk about one of these workflows. Understanding what's in the code base, how to go and improve it, and debugging with screenshots, like copy pasting from the UI and using these workflows to actually have the agent understand what to go and build. And this is just the starting point. So I think really I urge you to kind of use your imagination, think about what else you could do with these workflows once we start hopping in. Okay, with that, I'm going to actually go ahead and share my screen, and we're going to hop into using Cursor in real time. Okay, so kind of hopping into Cursor, what we see here is actually let's start on the fly. I'll open a brand new window here. And what you see when you first log into Cursor is really this type of interface. So once you've installed the application on your machine, you open it up and it's going to look familiar if you're used to using VS Code already. So it's going to be basically a way for you to pull down code, and there's a few different ways to get started. It says open a project, clone a repo. What we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and clone a repo, and we're going to clone it from GitHub. And so all you have to do is go to a repo that you want to use on GitHub. In my case, I have a project I've been using. It's this AI trip planner agent that I've built. And I can go ahead and just hit clone a repo here and copy paste the URL. And it's going to go in and actually decide where to drop that repo. I can go ahead and say ProductCon and select as the destination. And it'll actually open that in a new window. Now I've got this up already on another screen, and this is the same repo I just sort of downloaded, and I have a couple more components that I wanted to add to it. So if you're using anything with an AI agent, or anything using an OpenAI or Anthropic, you're going to want this .env file, which has your keys stored in it. But before even getting into running the code, what I can do is basically ask Cursor here to say, hey, what you might associate Cursor with writing code, but another thing you can do is actually just ask questions about your code base. So we're actually going to start there. We're going to say, before we even start writing a line of code, I'm going to ask Cursor, what does this code base do? And this is one of those really powerful features that I think a lot of folks aren't totally positive how to use just yet, because they kind of associate Cursor with, oh, it's going to go and write code for me. It's going to help me vibe code. This is true, but you can also have Cursor explain functionality to you before you start doing anything in the first place. So for instance, this says based on the code base and the README, so it's actually going in and reading files here, and you can actually see the thought process. If you click down here, you'll see it's actually reading the application, reading the code, and telling me what's possible with this code base in the first place. It gives me an architecture overview. So it says the front end is React and TypeScript, and it provides a web UI, displays the generated trip itineraries, and then there's a back end using Fast API and LangGraph. It says, okay, let me look at the front end components, check the budget and experiences. Okay, and then it actually gives me the purpose of this, which is an intelligent travel planning application that takes preferences and actually creates a day-by-day itinerary. And it can kind of continue to provide more and more insights into what this code base really is. Beyond that, I can even ask, how do I run this code? So what's kind of cool here is I'm really just interacting with Cursor using chat. And it can do the heavy lifting of reading code, pulling out insights, and giving me the exact sort of insights that I need to run this code in the first place. So that really means I don't really need to know all of the details here to just get started, right? And you can imagine on your team, if you have a similar type of workflow where you can have access to the code base, you can just use Cursor to understand how does this code run? How does it work? And so when you go back to your engineering teams, you're going to be way more capable in terms of explaining and asking for what features are possible, what functionality to build once you've spec'd that out based on your product requirements in the first place. Okay, so it says create an env file. I went ahead and did that right before this to sort of save some time. And then I've got the dependencies here. So I'm going to go ahead and run this right now. And so let's go ahead and copy paste these commands. And zoom out a little bit here. So we'll do this fresh just so that, even if it's running in the background, we can go ahead and produce this fresh. So I'm going to go ahead and cd backend. So I've got that already. And cd just means current directory. So this is helping you navigate your file structure that you already have in your code base. So I'm just copy pasting these commands. Oh, I need to go back up one more level. And that puts me in the right folder. And then I can do pip install our requirements. Okay, great. It says requirements already satisfied. Now let's go ahead and do the front end dependencies. So I might want to do that in a new window just to have that sort of available so I can run both independently. And then we're going to hit npm install and then run the application. So I'll go ahead and go back up one more level. So I'm in the same sort of AI trip planner agent and copy paste this command and hit start. And there we go. It looks like it actually just started the agent for me. And with that, I didn't even have to really learn how the code was used, what the dependencies and requirements were, just to get started, right? Like if you're actually developing production code, you're going to need to be able to get deeper into the weeds. But since we're sort of just using this to learn about a code base, there's really no harm we can do to just ask questions and sort of figure out how to run this thing ourselves. And again, I don't have to be technically proficient to just copy paste the commands into the terminal and actually run the code in the first place. So let's go ahead and in the meantime, we'll go ahead and test this out ourselves. So we're gonna go and say, let's go to Tokyo, and we want to go for 2 weeks. And I'll go ahead and put in some budgets as well of maybe $1,000. I'm definitely interested in food when I go to Tokyo, and cultural experiences. I'm gonna hit plan my trip. And what this will do is, presumably, if this is working, it's actually going to go ahead and make that request for me to sort of run the agent in the background. And let's see what's working. So we can go back to the cursor window and see, okay, it looks like it's kicking off these agents. So this is the backend that's telling us what's going on. It might take a second because we're using ChatGPT and OpenAI here. So, okay, let's see. And there we go. We've got an actual end-to-end itinerary here based on what we just put in using that trip planner agent in the first place. So what's kind of cool here is once you have a starting point, what you can do is actually then use Cursor to completely change your application or edit parts about it using natural language as well. This is sort of the vibe coding part of Cursor, but you can also use it to brainstorm. And I do want to call out which model you use is also really important, right? So you want to try to start with a capable model. If you can, go into max mode. And I highly recommend using the reasoning models, the ones with a little brain that sort of looks like a croissant, and use those as sort of your starting point when you're just getting started with Cursor. And what's kind of interesting is we've kind of tried the ask learn feature. Now let's try brainstorm. And so what I'm going to do is say, let's say instead of a trip planner agent, I want this to be a finance agent. So I could say develop a finance agent, PRD, that helps me plan for my future using the same code base. And why am I doing this? Because I already have a working sort of version of this code, and I can use natural language to prompt Cursor to generate thoughts and reasoning tokens that I can use sort of as like a PRD for it to reference for itself to go in and actually write code on the fly as well. So what's kind of interesting is, we're actually doing it. This is, if you've already used tools like Lovable, Bolt, this part might feel familiar where it's generating a plan before actually actioning on the plan. But you have a lot of control over this system because you're looking at the text and being able to actually edit the tokens coming out in the first time. So I can look at this PRD and actually make any edits to it, based on what my requirements are. If I want it to look a certain way, or drop in images and say, I want you to make it look like this, or change parts of the PRD as well and pull that out. But for the purposes of this demo, we're just going to go ahead and ask it to implement the agent that it just decided to build, using this PRD, just to see what it comes up with. So great, sounds good. Go ahead and implement an MVP of this. So this part might take a little while, but what is going to happen in the background is Cursor is actually going to go ahead and start taking a look at the changes and changing my code base to update based on that PRD. But another sort of aspect of using Cursor is you can actually ask it to implement observability and evaluations as well, which is really critical when you're building AI agents in the first place. And so I went ahead and asked Cursor further up to, when I built the application, to actually put in observability in the first place. And the reason I want that is so that I can then run evals using Cursor as well. So let me go ahead and kind of show that. It might be further load older messages here. And we've got, what we have up here is actually using observability to take a look at the traces that are generated. And that just means like learning how the agent is working underneath the hood. See if I can find it. It's kind of moving around a little bit. Testing, troubleshooting. Okay. Yeah, and it says I have Arise here, which is the tool I'm going to quickly kind of show just to give a sense of what the observability of the agent looks like while it's actually changing and making updates to the trip planner that we just ran. So I just went ahead and actually ran this example here, right? Tokyo 2 weeks. And what's kind of cool is we can actually log all of that to a platform to understand how the agent is looking like and works. And this is what observability really looks like. So this is using Cursor to actually add in tracing and observability as well. So you can ask Cursor, hey, add observability, add evals to my agent system, and it will give you a view like this if you're using a product like Arise or Phoenix or sort of open source tracing tools. And what's kind of cool is that you can actually see the agent at the top level calling out to other sub agents like a budget agent, a local experiences agent, a research agent, and an itinerary, which then allows us to then replay parts of this agent in the platform as well. So I can, from an actual part of the agent like the LLM part, I can go ahead and pull this into a playground, prompt playground, and iterate on the agent using variables here as well. So I can add in duration, destination, travel style. And this is the one we just kind of replayed and the itinerary we got on the output. So this is really useful because what it means is that when you're building agents using Cursor, by simply asking it to add in observability, it allows you to get this type of visualization and iterate on variables and parts of your agent and run evals on that agent as well on the fly. And that's really powerful for when you're making changes and editing the agent. So it's just another workflow to think about that Cursor can help you do with a single request like add observability for Arise or for evaluations. And it will actually write the code to help you do that too. So pretty straightforward, and you get visualizations like that out of the box. So another thing I'm going to kind of show is just a part of Cursor that allows you to run what's called MCPs as well. And so I'm going to create a new chat window while that agent is actually producing all of this code. And I can actually hook up MCPs to Cursor too to kind of show, basically give it access to other APIs and servers to then take actions based on those MCPs. And MCPs, remember, are just sort of think of them as like APIs, servers, endpoints that I can use to get context from like Zapier or other products. And what's really cool is that, in the case of observability, I can have MCP here basically to help me set up my tracing in the first place. So all I have to do is install this package. And I'm going to use UV here. And then you go to settings and MCP. So I'm going to go to files. I think I go into Cursor settings. Zoom out here a little bit. And I can basically just search it here, hit MCP tools. And what's cool is that I can hook up, these are the integrations part of Cursor. So this is how Cursor can get access to tools beyond just what it's built in with, right? And so Cursor can actually access the internet. You can paste in documentation, and you can give it access to external tools using MCPs, which allow it to get access to these external servers to run code as well. Let's go ahead and check in where we're at with actually generating this new code. It looks like it's getting close to finishing. But here you can see I have my Arise Tracing Assistant MCP, and that's actually how I got my traces and observability logged in. All I had to do was install this tracing assistant, and Cursor can actually create the traces for me and the observability for me in the platform as well. Okay, lastly, it's just creating a README. Hopefully this is done quick. All right, it looks like it's pretty close. So it's creating an environment file. Let's go ahead and see if we can start to get closer to running this. So I've got the trip planner, CD backend. Okay. So it's in summary, I've just implemented an MVP of this code base using the trip planner code base. Great. So it's going to use the same main.py. So let's go ahead and see how to run it. And we're going to ask it again, how should I run this? Oh, it looks like it actually got confused based on the context. This is one of those interesting things. Like it's just referencing the README. And it says, I noticed the trip planner file, the finance planner files were deleted. Let me help you run the existing trip planner that's still in your workplace. So let's go ahead and try to understand what's going on here. So this is something that's going to happen, right? Like your code is occasionally not going to run the way that you expect it to. And that's all right. We can just basically ask Cursor, what happened with my code? So I'm going to go ahead and give it access to this repo and say, what happened to the finance agent? So it's going to do some searching here. It's going to try and find those files. For some reason, it was deleted. It's like, I didn't know where to write those files. That's okay. Let's go ahead and say, create a separate finance planner directory. So basically it said, hey, I actually tried to implement this, but I wasn't able to. Let me go ahead and give you a couple options for how to implement these files. So it's going to go ahead and recreate those files now for me. By the way, if you ever want to go back and replay parts of your conversation, you can do that in Cursor as well. So if you wanted to go back up and re-implement a part of the conversation, you can go ahead and do that as well, just by saying, by going in and clicking at a part of the conversation as well. But I have to let it finish before I can do that. It's generating all of these tokens. I'm wondering if there's a faster way to do this, actually. This is sort of the live demo part where sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. And you just need to kind of keep iterating when it breaks. Well, while that's running in the background, let me go ahead and kind of push forward here and recap a little bit about what we've learned so far using Cursor. And a little bit of like why PM should care about Cursor and how to use this workflow. So I like to think about Cursor as a few different agents packaged into one UI. So you've got your tech lead agents that allows you to ask dumb questions without judgment, like, what does this file do? Explain it like I'm a PM. It's not going to be offended by you asking questions, right? You can say, where in the code base is this part of the workflow? And that's really interesting to kind of see like how that code is structured, how the architecture is made. You can ask it to generate a diagram for you. On top of that, you can also ask Cursor to generate documentation. like saying document my user docs or my technical specs. So just like in the same way that it created the README file here, I can actually ask it to write documentation for the end user. If your end user, if you're actually going to write docs for someone to take a look at that, the sort of the workflow on the actual internet in the first place. You've got a debugging partner, which allows you to copy paste errors and get fixes. And then you can, of course, use it to write evals on the fly too. So we didn't show that workflow just yet, but let's go ahead and see if we can get that to run with Cursor too. So it's still generating the code base in the first place, but we can ask it in the meantime on my existing code base, write me evals to make sure that when I push changes to my agent, it doesn't break. So this is a pretty general command. This isn't going to be like a production evaluation workflow, but it does allow you to go ahead and create evaluations for the agent in the first place. So let's go ahead and see how this runs. So it's actually going to go ahead and read the files, read what's going in terms of writing tests. And evals, remember, are just another way to look at tests on your data in the first place. So it's actually going in and deciding what to test in the first place. And we're not going to run this because it's going to take a little bit of time, but it'll actually write unit tests, integration tests, regression tests, and you can even start writing evaluation tests using LLM as a judge or evals for your agent too. So just wanted to kind of show that Cursor allows you to do not just rewriting your code base, but actually writing tests for your code too, all in one place. Okay, looks like we got the finance agent up and running. So let's go ahead and see now that the code is written for it, what we need to do here. So we're going to do the same sort of process that we had before. We're going to go ahead and ask it to run this. So we'll go ahead and copy some of those commands that we ran earlier in here as well. Okay, so we're going to copy this over. Oh, we need to. Okay, so let's go ahead and run this finance agent now, and the changes that we made to it should have copied over based on what we just ran. So we're going to go ahead and run it. So this is, okay, so let's see, we've got to. Okay, we've run that. And now let's go ahead and run the front end of this agent. Okay, so it looks like the agent is finally done being written, the code for the finance agent. So let's go ahead and run it and see how it looks. So we'll go ahead and install the directories, run python main.py, which is the same backend commands. And then in the same sort of in a new terminal, we're going to go ahead and also do the front end side here. Navigate to the front end, run that command. Start. Okay, it looks like the agent is actually finished. And one thing I realized I'm missed here, and it's important for anyone watching this, is when you go to ask mode, you need to actually switch back to agent mode when you want the agent to actually run, to create files and actually write to your code base. So once I figured that out and actually let it complete, it's going to go ahead and, okay, so it looks like the agent is done. So now that it's actually written those files, I can run the backend here. So let's go ahead and try that out. We're going to run the same python main.py, go to the front end, do npm install and start, and let's see, npm run. Okay, should be start. Oh, looks like that didn't run, but this seems to be running now. Okay, let's see, it's running the development server. Okay, and this is the AI finance agent. It does look like it's missing a few parts, which is fine. It just means we need to go back and actually edit our code to include those new components. But it's sort of an interesting kind of first pass at trying to recreate the finance planner using the same templates as before. And again, all you have to do is really change from ask mode to agent mode, and it should run just fine. Good to know for the future. Another really common question that we get when we're showing how to use Cursor is how to use Cursor with Lovable, Bolt, and Replit. And the best part is that those workflows are really powerful for generating UI, like pulling down front-end code. And that allows you to vibe code the app. But at the end of the day, if you want more control over the server, that's really where Cursor is going to be helpful. It's going to help you add observability. It's going to help you change specific components or architectural things from that vibe coded application. So I actually think that these two workflows really work well together, both on the Cursor sort of backend vibe coding and changing parts of your architecture, and using Lovable, Bolt, and Replit to help you create beautiful front ends. So I think these workflows are actually really compatible as you think about going from prototype to production. And a couple of quick takeaways once you kind of get deeper in the weeds using Cursor is that anything is possible with code once you understand the fundamental components. Having the right context is really important. So whether that's adding documentation, adding MCPs, asking Cursor to create PRDs, that's really the context that's going to help you use and leverage it in the most powerful ways. And once you know how to use these tools, you can really start to understand that these agents are really flexible systems to help you interact with and build around LLMs. So it's really worth investing time to set up things and just sort of learn as you go. And by that, I mean, you can now switch out and try to use Claude Code or Gemini CLI. And you're going to be less locked into a specific tool because you know what the power and leverage of using individual tools are in your workflow. So a few next steps for you. Try this out yourself. Just download Cursor, clone any repo, Doesn't have to be the one I just showed. It can be one from your own code base or one you're interested in. And just start asking questions. Ask Cursor Agent to explain what's going on with this repo. How do I use it? How can I improve on it? What are some features I can add on based on your own interests? And with that, I want to say thank you for having me. Appreciate Product School for actually inviting me to speak here. And you can find me on amank.ai or any of the links below. Happy to chat more about your workflows as an AI product manager to see how I can help. Thanks.
Huge thanks to Aman. Now, judging by the chat, it's clear that everybody loved that session, yeah? Super tactical, incredibly relevant, and packed with insights that we can all apply in our product careers. Aman, thank you so much. Feeling inspired to level up your product skills after that talk? Yeah? Well, just scan the QR code next to me to learn more about the Product School membership that I mentioned earlier. It is an incredible set of courses, especially if you're aiming to become a product pro like Aman. And now, it is time for our final networking break of the day. I know. Prompt time. Is AI a core part of your product strategy? That is this session's prompt. Again, is AI a core part of your product strategy yet? Honestly, after everything we heard today, it definitely should be. Come on. So jump into the networking area or swing by the sponsor booths in the virtual expo hall, explore those tools, chat with those partners, and maybe even snag a little giveaway. Oh yeah. Be sure, my friends, to join us back here in 10 minutes for our final speaker and the closing panel discussion. Look at me. Let's get serious. You don't want to miss it. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you all made the most of your final networking break, and I hope you had some super interesting discussions around AI product strategy. I can't believe I'm about to say this. It is time for our final solo speaker of the day. Wow, she is an exciting one, making her way to the stage in just a moment. None other than Trisha Maya, head of product at TED. Now, Trisha will be talking about storytelling for product leaders in the age of AI. What's better to learn about from a company like TED than storytelling? Once upon a time, please give Trisha a super warm welcome.
All right. Hi, everyone. I am thrilled to be here at ProductCon AI to talk with you about storytelling for product leaders in the age of AI. So I am Trisha Maya. I'm currently head of product at TED, where I oversee our digital products from our consumer websites and apps to our event tech, media platforms, data, localization, and support. I have actually been in product for over 14 years and have been very fortunate to work across many different industries and company stages, from early stage startups to Fortune 15s and many, many things in between. So today we're going to talk about a skill that doesn't often show up in the current dialogue around AI, but deeply shapes the products we build and how people respond to them. So that skill is storytelling, in terms of how product leaders can use it not only to pressure test and explain the AI features that you're building, but to influence decisions, align teams, and lead with clarity. So specifically, I want to talk about two things that feel paradoxical, but are actually deeply connected. One, why human storytelling is your advantage in an AI-saturated world. And two, how you can actually use AI to sharpen those storytelling muscles even more. So I have a deep-seated aversion to AI hype. So I'm going to try to make this as practical as possible with real product use cases, and also sharing how we can apply some of TED's own storytelling secret sauce to everything from executive alignment to go-to-market comms. So if you work in product, you've probably been asked by some well-meaning executive to just add AI. It doesn't matter if it solves a real problem, but the pressure is real. And now in 2025, it feels like every product update starts with the same line: we've added AI. But the story behind it is often missing. Why this feature? Why now? Why does it matter? Because here's what we forget. Every product is a story, whether you tell it intentionally or not. You're not just launching functionality, you are guiding people through some sort of transformation. You're also telling stories every time you pitch an idea to your CEO, or every time you try to rally your team or justify trade-offs to stakeholders. Great product leaders don't just ship, they persuade, they inspire, and they really try to bring people along the journey. So today I want to reframe storytelling not as a soft skill, but actually as a product leadership superpower. So at TED, we are obviously in the business of spreading ideas, but more than that, we're in the business of helping people communicate those ideas with conviction, emotional resonance, and purpose. So we've spent over 40 years helping people turn complexity into clarity and helping ideas travel further, faster, and more meaningfully through the power of storytelling. So every day we are coaching scientists, technologists, educators, people with really powerful ideas, but who aren't always clear on how to make them stick. And over, we've learned when you get the story right, everything else follows. And this can apply to product too. Our job is to communicate effectively and guide people through change, whether that's a new workflow for your user, a strategy shift for your team, or a priority list for your execs. Because people don't follow roadmaps, they follow stories. So let's be honest, how many AI launches have you seen in the past 12 months that actually felt human-centered, that solved a need in a way that made people feel seen and empowered? You can see it all around. Features that are technically impressive, but somehow miss the mark. Launch copy that clearly reads like it was written by ChatGPT. Promises of AI-powered magic that don't actually let people's lives better, or really worse, it actually does them harm. So the fundamentals of good product work haven't changed. You still need to start by talking to users, observing behavior, identifying pain points or opportunities, and grounding your work in a solid strategy. That means solving a real need and only then choosing the most effective tools to deliver it. Technology should serve the strategy, not be the strategy. But lately, the order seems to have flipped. We're starting with the tech and trying to reverse engineer the user story. And here's the main risk in terms of your professional development. Communication and product judgment are muscles. If you let AI do the heavy lifting and outsource the thinking too often, those muscles atrophy. AI makes it easier than ever to skip the hard parts, but that deep work is actually where your credibility and resonance come from, and crucially, where you develop your own conviction and your own voice as a leader. So at TED, one of the frameworks we like to use to help our speakers structure their ideas is the following, and you can apply it to product too. Every talk and every product narrative needs a story. So you want to lead your audience through a journey, not a lecture, and really think like a guide. Examples or metaphors. Can you make your message relatable, visual, concrete, whether that's through some specific examples or comparisons or other tangible imagery? Data. What evidence supports your point? But be careful not to overwhelm your audience with numbers. You want to use the right data at the right time to make people believe in what you're saying. And lastly, solutions. What will the user or stakeholder now be able to do, feel, or understand? You want to be really clear on what the gift or transformation you're leaving your audience with is. And we layer on some delivery principles too. First, that you are leading with who your audience is and what they need, and only then connecting your idea to that. Or practice what our head of speaker coaching, Briar Goldberg, likes to call your ABCs, audience before content. And 2, that you speak simply, and 3, authentically. You want to be yourself and not a performer. As actually the most powerful TED Talks aren't always the most polished, they're the most real, and they make the complex simple. Now, frameworks are only as good as the way that you use them. So let me show you what this looked like in practice when we were under the same exact pressure to just add AI. So we tried a lot. Internally, there was pressure, like many of you have felt, to use AI somehow, some way. So we did. We built a chatbot trained on TED Talks to answer questions like an expert, written articles that attempted to convert full-length talks into AI summaries, AI quote cards using talk transcripts and speaker highlights, and AI quizzes to help users test their understanding of a talk. So they all technically worked, but strategically they landed flat. Not because the models failed, but because the story did. It wasn't grounded in a bigger picture need, desire, or dare I say, job to be done. They felt like solutions in search of a problem. There were no vivid examples or metaphors embedded in the product experience to help users understand or emotionally connect to the utility. The data didn't show they were solving real needs, engagement didn't improve, and the solutions felt generic and ultimately forgettable. Nothing that reflected our brand, our users, or our mission. So we took a different approach. We started not with the tech, but with the user. We asked, what real challenges does our audience face when they're engaging with ideas? So that led us to short form video. So users often told us, I don't know where to start. So we created short, visually engaging, AI-assisted previews of TED Talks that help users decide quickly whether a talk fits into their interests or mood. AI takeaways. So after watching, users often wanted to revisit or reflect on what they learned. So we generated concise, high-quality takeaways that users can save to their profiles for future reference. This really became a tool for learning, recall, and sharing. And we also built it in a way to minimize our carbon footprint. So insights are generated once per talk for all users. They're not constantly regenerating with every additional view. Curated personalization. So this isn't just algorithmic targeting. We actually combine individual user behavior with decades of editorial expertise, which is fact-checked, curated, and contextually aware. And so the result is a discovery experience that blends AI's adaptability with TED's HI, or human intelligence. So recommendations feel relevant and also aligned with the TED ethos. AI dubbing. So our audience is global, but English is obviously not universal. So we introduced AI-powered dubbing that doesn't just translate, it actually preserves the speaker's voice, emotion, and realistic lip movements. So the result is something that feels global, but also deeply human. Not shown here, but in an era where everyone assumes digital support equals AI, we are intentionally positioning our human concierge app at TED events to emphasize our real human touch and make attendees feel seen. So in a world of automation, we are offering white glove humanity behind the screen, and we really want to make sure that people know that. So these succeeded where others failed because they embodied the full storytelling framework. They laddered up to a clear story, respecting content consumption preferences, expanding global access, and scaling engagement through a combination of editorial and AI insights. They weren't one-off AI widgets with no common through line. They offered relatable examples, like someone discovering a dubbed talk in their native language that they previously would have never watched, or a student saving takeaways to reinforce key insights and codify their learning journey with TED over time, which we were sure to weave into our marketing material and onboarding experience. They were backed by data, so there were real behavioral signals beforehand, and we saw measurable impact after we launched as well. So improved watch times, return visits, and content shares, all improved. And they delivered real solutions, so users feeling more powered, more curious, and more connected to our brand. So crucially, they felt authentically TED, not hype-driven, but rooted in our mission to make complex ideas understandable and accessible across the globe. So in other words, we didn't start with AI. We started with the problem and the strategy and built from there, which made all the difference. So everyone has access to the same models and eventually will learn the most useful prompts. But what sets great teams apart is not the tech, it's how they think, prioritize, and communicate. And more dangerously, AI can become a crutch. It makes it really easy to skip the discomfort of ambiguity, the hard thinking, the thorny problems, the tough trade-offs. But those moments are where product judgment is sharpened. Yes, AI can help analyze feedback and draft roadmaps, but your CEO isn't going to blame the AI if the strategy fails. The buck stops with you, and your accountability and reputation are on the line. Sure, AI can write PRDs and launch copy, but only you can truly empathize with your users' needs and deliver messaging that resonates with them. So if you rely too heavily on AI, you will lose your edge. And again, these are muscles. So critical thinking, narrative clarity, emotional intelligence. If you don't work them, you lose them. And this is why storytelling matters now more than ever. Because there are 3 human capabilities AI can't do as well as humans, and that will define the next generation of product leadership. So the first is true critical thinking. So this is synthesizing ambiguity, weighing nuance, and holding multiple truths in tension, especially when the data is incomplete. Emotional resonance, so crafting user stories and creating real connection that lands with users, execs, and teams. You want to use your humanity to your advantage. You are not a robot. And persuasive delivery. So this is the ability to influence and speak with clarity and conviction. AI literally can't command the room. And those are still your job, and they are still your superpower in an increasingly AI world. And don't get me wrong, AI can absolutely help us become better storytellers too. But most people stop at the surface. Give me a talk outline, write my update, summarize this meeting. But here's how you can use it more strategically. 1, as a thought partner. Ask it to simulate different audiences or objections to stress test your narrative. For perspective shifting, use AI to rewrite your message in the voice of a skeptical exec, a first-time user, or a team on a tight deadline. To ideate metaphors. So feed in a user problem and ask for analogies from sports, parenting, cooking, whatever. It helps find the emotional resonance you may be struggling with. And as a story architect, prompt it to help map your talk or deck to TED storytelling frameworks. So what I'm trying to say is don't just let AI generate your thinking, use it to deepen it. So let me show you something most product leaders aren't doing, but should be, to take AI one step further. To use it to simulate the feedback you'd get from the toughest stakeholders in the room. What if you could rehearse your story with a time crunch CEO, an engineer, a board member, or a discerning customer? Each of these agents can challenge your narrative using our storytelling lens. So let's simulate one live. So I'm gonna just swap my screen and show you something that I created. Okay, so I created a custom GPT based on these frameworks to role play with product leaders on their arguments, whether written or verbal. So let's say you wanted to spar with a skeptical CEO and have them critique your product roadmap. So I'll select the first prompt and put in my pitch to see what it says. So let's see. Oh, wait, no. Okay, so let's see. I think TED should ditch the whole conference thing. It's too complicated. We need to reach younger audiences. So we should get into making the TED branded Lovable dolls. That sounds like a good idea. Let's say what they say. Oh, ouch, 3 out of 10. Didn't really get a great response. It's giving me what's working. So I got an attention grabber at the beginning. That's nice. Mention younger audiences, so that's somewhat strategically relevant. But yeah, let's build a journey. Let's not thrust it upon people. Explain the why. It's probably fair. So, okay, that's okay. So here's where it gets even more useful. What if I'm not just pressure testing the idea, but also the delivery? So I can record a voice memo of me pitching it, upload the audio, and get structured feedback on my verbal delivery. Does it sound confident and clear? Does my tone land? Am I rushing or rambling? Is the emotional arc there? So I'm actually just going to open a voice memo on my phone and try an audio proposal. So I think TED really needs to ditch the whole conference thing. Let's be honest, too complicated. Flights, badges, stage builds, logistical nightmare. If we really want to get and reach younger audiences, there's only one path forward. TED branded Lovable dolls. Imagine a wide-eyed Lovable whispering, ideas change everything from your bookshelf. This isn't just merchandise, it's a movement. All right, so I am now going to upload my audio proposal and ask it to please assess the attached audio pitch. Okay, let's see what they say. Oof, impact score, 3 out of 10. Ideas provocative, but it made it feel uncertain rather than bold. Okay, 2 biggest issues, lack of conviction. It sounded hesitant. Fair. All right, flat energy. Okay, I can see what they're saying. Your tone stayed even and subdued, so the idea lost its spark. Fair. Okay, how to strengthen delivery. Own your stance, pause with purpose, add vocal texture. So you can see, even though the idea and delivery were a bit weak, there's still areas that I can strengthen, and it's really focusing me where to iterate in the next go, and sort of ending with some rewrite suggestions. All right, so that example was obviously a bit tongue-in-cheek, but the point is I'm not just improving my idea, I am improving how I communicate it. And this is the magic. AI isn't replacing your story, it's stress testing it and helping build the muscles to deliver it well. Tools like this are scaffolding. They won't do the work for you, but they'll make your thinking stronger and hopefully your storytelling a bit sharper. So here's a quick gut check before you launch a product, pitch an idea, or explain a feature. What story are you telling? What relatable examples or metaphors can you use? Do you have data that this matters? What solution or gift are you leaving your audience with? What will they actually be able to experience or do? And are you delivering your message with your audience top of mind, simply and authentically? So let me leave you with this. AI fluency will become table stakes, but storytelling is your moat. And as I talked about today, AI can't easily replace critical thinking, emotional resonance, and clear and convincing delivery, which are really, really hard to do well. How you say it is just as important as what you say. And relying too heavily on AI doesn't just weaken your output, it weakens your thinking. If you skip the messy parts of the process, your skills will atrophy. You can, however, thoughtfully leverage AI to help refine your storytelling skills, just like we saw with my custom GPT. Just make sure you are the author and the AI is your assistant and not the other way around. So in an age where AI is increasingly doing the easy part, what will set you apart is your ability to do the hard, messy human part well. For those of you leading teams or mentoring others, help them build this muscle too. Because as the tools evolve, the temptation to chase novelty and offload thinking grows. But the real differentiator isn't in what you build, it's in how you clearly communicate why it matters. Storytelling is how we distill complexity, highlight value, and align teams. And again, it's not a soft skill, it's a strategic one. So thanks so much for joining me today. I hope you can walk away with something that helps you build with more empathy, clarity, and confidence. I'd love to continue the conversation, so you can find me on LinkedIn. And if you're interested in diving into TED's communication methodology even more, we actually have a very rare, first time live public training hosted by TED's head of speaker coaching, Briar Goldberg, who I briefly mentioned earlier and has coached some of the literal greats. It is next month, September 4th at 12 p.m. Eastern. So if you're curious, feel free to scan the QR code or go to this link. Otherwise, thank you so much for taking the time to hear my story today. And I wish you a great rest of your ProductCon experience.
Thank you so much, Tricia. What an insightful and inspiring session to wrap up our solo talks. I cannot believe that was our final individual speaker of the day. Whoa, hold on, but do not go anywhere just yet. Why, DJ? Great question. Because we've got one more segment to close things out, and it's packed with even more AI wisdom. Up next, my friends, is our final panel discussion featuring some of our incredible ProductCon sponsors and a lively conversation about architecting the AI native organization, infrastructure, agents, and teams. Trust me, you'll want to hear what they have to say. But before we dive in, a quick word about Product School sponsorship opportunities, which will get your brand in front of the world's largest community of product professionals. 4 times a year, over 2,000 product leaders gather in London, New York, San Francisco, and online for ProductCon, the leading conference for product managers from the world's top companies. By sponsoring ProductCon, your company gains access to over 75,000 unique leads annually, and a direct line to product decision makers actively shaping the future of tech. And you can also be a part of the show, like our panelists are about to be right now. If you're interested, let us know. We'd love to help you connect with the global product community.
So ProductCon is an invaluable source here and around the world for connecting with clients that might be interested in your solutions and your services, but also for learning how and what the future of product development can look like. So ProductCon is an incredibly active, lively environment. Since the minute I got here earlier today, there's a real vibe. There's a strong buzz around all of the different attendees and a lot of conversation, but ranging from what solutions are people bringing to the table and the kind of product challenges that people are being faced with. And that creates an incredibly rich environment for meaningful conversation. Our booth, which is downstairs if anybody's looking for it, has been non-stop chocker since we got here at 8 o'clock this morning. There's been back-to-back conversations, people coming to see the demos of our products, Consulting Advantage and Garage Experience, but also to talk to our experts. But likewise, we have been able to go and see all the other booths and speakers and things and get all those information. So huge buzz, little elbow room needed here and there to get through the crowds.
Do you see yourself coming back to ProductCon again?
Yes, I do. Yes, it's a great range of speakers. I'd love to speak next year. So yeah, it's a really interesting range of speakers. It's a really fantastic audience. I really enjoyed it. So yes, we'll be back next year.
Seniority of the audience at ProductCon today has been exceptional. We've spoken to product managers, product directors, and also people in product leadership titles. We've had great conversations at really kind of enterprise companies, which has been really refreshing to be able to talk to such a concentrated group of enterprise people actually looking for a valuable solution. Product School's ProductCon really invites a very passionate and energetic community, unlike any that I've seen before. It's a real kind of gathering of people that are looking to learn, looking to connect, and specifically for a sponsor, very interested in learning about new tools and evaluating new technologies.
So I think other companies should consider partnering with ProductCon because it shows how much you care about the product community. We're supporting product education. We're supporting product managers to grow in their job. That's something we really believe passionately in, is helping product managers be better at their job by giving them great analytics. So also helping product managers be great at their job by supporting product education is a great fit for us.
Now, as the final segment of ProductCon AI, let's hear from some of those amazing ProductCon sponsors in a panel discussion about architecting the AI native organization. That's such a great topic to finish on. Come on. Making up the panel are Ed McCoskey, Chief Product and Technology Officer at Boomi, and Marcus East, VP and GM of Digital and E-commerce at Autodesk. The discussion will be moderated by Divya Sabade, who is Product School's new AI product leader.
Okay, so hello and welcome everyone to ProductCon 2025. I'm Divya Sabade, your moderator for the session today. In today's fast evolving landscape, AI is no longer just an assistive tool. It is enabling generative autonomy, reshaping the orchestration, and powering scalable and modular workflows that's transforming organizations. We are thrilled to bring you an insightful panel on architecting the AI native organization. Joining us today are two visionary leaders at the forefront of this transformation, Marcus East and Ed McCoskey. We'll explore how they are architecting their AI native organization and what lessons their team have learned along the way. Before we dive in, let's get to know our panelists a little bit better. Marcus and Ed, please briefly introduce yourself, sharing who you are, the products you're currently leading, and one superpower that you bring to your AI work. Marcus, let's get started with you.
Thank you, and thanks very much for inviting me to participate in this excellent discussion. So I'm Marcus East. I'm the Vice President and General Manager of Digital and E-commerce for Autodesk. And so I guess the product that I'm responsible for would be Autodesk's global digital experiences and the Autodesk store, which obviously is used by many of our customers to not only research our products, but also to buy them. And then my one superpower, I guess, would be really the ability to combine the technical and the business aspects of product development, which I think sometimes teams struggle with. And so hopefully that's the theme that will come up during this conversation.
Definitely, Marcus. I think that's a good one. Ed, over to you.
Hey, Divya. Thank you. Ed McCoskey here. I'm the Chief Product and Technology Officer at Boomi. I'm responsible for all of Boomi's products here, which we are a cloud-native integration automation platform that enables enterprises to connect applications, manage APIs, but now build agentic workflows across these applications, APIs, et cetera, within their environments. In terms of my superpower, I like to think that I am able to see around corners on behalf of our customer. I take pride in that. I'm constantly looking at what's the next thing in terms of integration, automation, and now agentic workflows and what we can offer to our customers to solve their critical business needs.
Wow, that's a good one too, Ed. Thank you for the insightful introductions. Now that we have met our panelists, we have a glimpse into their work and expertise. Let's dive deeper into the heart of our conversation, which is architecting the AI native organization. Quick disclaimer, each panelist is sharing their own perspective. Okay, so as we are aware that assistive AI tools augment human tasks, but keep humans in loop still. On the other hand, the autonomous AI agents, they take a step further by making independent decisions and taking actions with minimal or almost no human insight. So let's delve deeper into our questions. And my first question is, how are your teams using AI to go beyond assistive tooling towards generative autonomy? Ed, we can get started with you.
Sure, it's a great question. For us, like most organizations, we've started with Copilot and dev assisting tooling within our development organization, but quickly found that sure, when you optimize code generation and building of code, you have to quickly look at the entire pipeline around developers in terms of how you truly accelerate product delivery, not just generating code within a product organization. So for us, we widen the lens out. We've looked at the different stages of product delivery, from documentation to product management tasks around research and so on and so forth. and focused on how we can introduce agentic AI agents to help facilitate at each stage of the pipeline so that we can deliver products faster.
Wow, that's good. I like the whole holistic view that you have, Ed. Marcus, feel free to jump in and add more.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it's an incredibly exciting time to be in this space as we think about generative AI at Autodesk. We're obviously looking to move from beyond where we were having our technologies and our products assisting our users to actually providing even more value. So if we look at how designers are using some of our products, for example, they're able to actually specify the vision that they're trying to achieve, the goals, the constraints of the materials that they're using, or the manufacturing process that they're using, and actually allow our technologies and our solutions to help them to actually, in a semi-autonomous way, come up with early stage designs and principles that really help to accelerate their work. And so for me, what's really exciting now is moving away from, hey, AI is helping me to do repetitive tasks, to a space where AI is actually starting to help with some of the generation and even the ideation and creation for our customers. So a super exciting time.
Totally. I'm super excited. It's more like AI has become like a collaborative partner, and I think it's just so helpful. So now moving a bit, it seems like orchestration is the glue in the AI product stack, right? So where does orchestration show up in your product stack today, and how are you utilizing it? Marcus, we can get started with you.
Yeah, I think it's worth noting that because we have a vast product set, one of the things that's really important for us is making sure that there is some consistency and integration across all of those products. And so I know for many chief product officers and product executives, that's one of the challenges that they have. And so we certainly today are using tools like Metaflow to kind of orchestrate the end-to-end workflows. And so that's everything from our data ingestion to running experiments to making sure that we schedule our compute in the most efficient way. And why that's important is that it really allows us to provide a single cohesive platform so that all of our products have the opportunity to learn from the models that we're developing, but also it's just an efficient way of doing things. And I know that many teams that I've talked to struggle with the cost and the time that it takes to do things. And so using orchestration as a way of really driving efficiency and reliability is key for us.
That's a great point. I totally agree. Like, having that data crisp and clear and then, everything end to end, like having that flow smooth, I think makes a lot of sense, even to do the new initiatives that we have on mind. Awesome. Thank you, Marcus, for that. Ed, do you want to add to Marcus' point about orchestration?
Yeah. In fact, Boomy's platform itself, we leverage our own, at me as a customer of our own platform. Our platform is an orchestration platform and a connectivity and automation platform itself. And when I look at our product stack within our organization, we actually partner with a number of our own vendors in terms of adding embedded connectivity solutions and then orchestration across products. So we do this for ourselves and for our customers. But when I think about ourselves, we are now evolving past just the specific deterministic workflows and orchestrations that we've built to more autonomous or AI agent driven workflows or non-deterministic workflows in our organization to make us more nimble and faster in our delivery of our own products. Again, we now build on top of the embedded connectivity solutions we already provide to then leverage those as tools for our AI agents that we build to orchestrate these flows. And we're seeing a lot of productivity gains and outputs from our own development team through these orchestrations.
Great, that's awesome. So I love that you brought AI agents because that's our new hot topic, right? So fundamentally reimagining orchestration by moving, beyond the single monolithic system to network of specialized and collaborative digital teammates that excel at specific tasks. Like that's what I think about AI agents. But Ed, let's talk about agents and how are you using AI agents to rethink orchestration in your teams and products? We would love to hear more about that and delve a little bit deeper.
Yeah, to take it a step deeper, where we focus now is primarily not on necessarily replacing, because I mentioned deterministic workflows, not focusing too much on replacing all of those, because many of those are very optimized. If they're complicated, we may think about agentifying those. But what's important is, I mentioned extending or building on top of the frameworks we've already had that are deterministic. We're identifying new, work that humans are doing, that are mundane tasks, to replace those with agentic workflows, thus looking for the next adjacent things to deterministic workflows that we were never able to automate before, because it would have resulted in a million if then else statements that you would have to code, or it would become very brittle. Introducing AI agents into our workflow has actually been able to help us automate way more than we have been able to in the past.
Great. That's awesome. Marcus, I'm sure Autodesk has tackles a similar use case. Anything that you would like to add to this one?
Yeah, this is an incredibly important area. One of the areas where we see agentic solutions playing a critical role is help to generate structured data sets from various sources that organizations may have. As it relates to Autodesk, obviously, we have many customers and clients that have within our AMP data lakes quite a lot of data from different products, different projects that they've worked on. And what's beautiful about using AI agents is the ability to actually learn from and generate some structured data sets from some of those existing data lakes, and then actually provide new insights, new value that weren't necessarily visible before. And if I can just give a specific example, we're not just talking about our own technologies and our own agents as well, by the way. I mean, one of the things that's super interesting is that at Autodesk University, we recently featured a use case where we were explaining how data grid AI could actually use agentic workflows to automate tasks over Autodesk construction cloud data. And here you're combining knowledge with some of the data that's available within the client's unique data sets, together with publicly available data, and looking at things like deviations from industry norms and benchmarks, driving project insights. And this is driving a lot of productivity enhancement for our customers. Some of our customers report that they're saving hundreds of hours on projects by using these AI agents in order to actually drive new insights and to drive new performance that wasn't there before. That said, I think it's important for us to acknowledge that there are some challenges too, and I'm sure we'll come on to talk about some of the potential risks and challenges.
That's a great example, Marcus. I'm sure, I'm sure that productivity is a win, and then there are challenges. We'll talk about it in just a bit. But let's shift gear towards governance. So, Marcus, what's your framework for building scalable modular AI workflows, especially with governments as top of mind?
Yeah, so as a company that has products that are critical to many of our customers and critical to many industries, governance is really important to us. And one of the things that's our North Star really is really around ethical standards, even beyond the legal requirements and the frameworks that are out there. And so for us, thinking about how we can have truly responsible AI, where any activities that are taking place within our platform are explainable, and where we're able to track exactly what's happening there. At an organizational level, it's really important to us that we have centralized governance across the company. And so increasingly, we try to have a modular architecture whereby different teams are able to leverage parts of our AI ecosystem that are relevant to them. But we want everything to be done within a strict governance framework. And so that means that there are some things that we simply won't deviate from, and that's really where this focus on the high ethical standards come in.
That's a great point, Marcus. And then Ed, did you hit something similar challenge at Bhumi? Like, how do you manage governance there?
Yeah, I totally agree with Marcus. And by the way, to double click on that a little bit, and I would encourage folks watching or listening to this, I think we've nailed it in history in terms of tracking, humans and what they're doing, and audit trails and governance, et cetera, in terms of security within an organization today. With the introduction of AI agents and agentic frameworks and whatnot within an organization, because this has moved so fast, I don't know that folks have thought enough about governance and tracking and auditability and all of these types of things that you would do with humans as well. So that is what we have thought. Okay, how do we track and govern AI agents just like we would people within an organization? So if you're a CIO or a leader out there, or a product leader, and if you can't answer what are all the AI agents within your organization and what are they doing, like you can humans in your company, then you've got a problem. That's the kind of foundation of the way we think about it, and we've introduced ways of tracking all of the AI agents that are working and doing work, and what are they doing, and how do we govern them, and if they go rogue or off the rails, how would we manage those agents? And we put a framework in place to track those with some of our own technology.
That's great. So I think the key takeaway for us and the audience is build responsibly and then balance innovation with control. I loved what you said, because I think it's so important to have that governance, compliance, and observability really, thought upfront while we are building this AI products. Awesome. Ed, what's one meaningful org design change you have made specifically to support AI native work?
I'm going to call out two, but they're both the same theme, because we made two organizational changes, and it was to centralize AI, development standards, governance, et cetera. But we did it on two fronts. On one front, I centralized the team within product and engineering originally as the team that will keep out in the forefront and learning and understanding and building and setting the standards for how we develop AI-based products within the organization, that they've become a center of excellence for us to then propagate and train and push that through the entire organization, so, from a product and engineering perspective, so that we develop AI first. So that's centralizing and then using a COE model. We've done the same thing as a holistic company as well. So if you think about that from an IT perspective and how we run our business as Boomi, not just our products, but our business, we've also centralized and put a team in place within the IT organization that is solely focused on making our company more efficient and then training the trainer across the entire organization. So it is one thing, it's centralized, but we thought about it very two different ways. How do we do it within product and engineering and product and technology, and then how do we do it within our IT organization? And that's done very well for us on both fronts.
Yeah, the AI COE, I think it's a great way to look about this. Marcus, would you like to add something?
Yeah, totally agree with Ed. Organizations do have to adapt to be able to leverage the power of this new wave of AI. One of the things that we've done is create a generative AI accelerator, which, to sort of build on Ed's point, is we're centralizing resources and expertise from different departments across the organization. So from research team, from our product teams, from our internal engineering teams, and making sure that they're able to work super closely together within cross-functional AI product pods. And that allows us to integrate the engineering with the data science and the sort of business domain expertise from day one. We're finding that that's accelerating the work that we're doing. And so I know a natural instinct for many product teams is to be super focused on their outcomes and their potential product features and the backlogs that are developing. But fundamentally, this centralization gives you an opportunity to accelerate at an organizational level. And so, I talk to other leaders around many, many different industries, and they struggle with this because, yes, you can go fast if you have your kind of siloed one team focus. But I'm going to use an old adage, if you want to go quickly, go alone. And if you want to go far, go together. And I think that applies really, really well to this new AI wave that we're riding.
Totally.
And Divya,
I
and
agree more.
and
Yeah,
Divya,
please do.
if I can add on to
Yeah.
sorry for jumping in, because one thing came to mind. Many folks that could be listening, making the statements around, okay, adding a COE or having folks focus on these pieces. One thing that we did that was very important to force our organization to get more efficient is we repurposed individuals that looking for career advancement or changes into these roles from a COE perspective. And Marcus, it got me thinking about your comment, because the folks we put in the COE, we kind of bridged it a little differently in terms of they have come from some cross-functional teams. So we repurposed them. They're in a COE, but they have the connections within the organization and relationships built. So it wasn't an additive cost, because I know a lot of technology companies and others are thinking about that today. How do we become more efficient versus adding cost? We shifted roles, have them focus in a center of excellence. They have the relationships and they're propagating those out as well. So if anyone was wondering, hey, I can't afford to add a COE or that sort of thing from a budgeting standpoint, think about how you can move people into these roles and force the backfill of their jobs by automating those things with AI agents or other ways of doing that to become more efficient as an organization.
I'm glad, Ed, that you brought that point, because in times like this, I think just repurposing the workflows, I think that's a great idea. So key takeaway here is that AI native work is not an isolated effort, but it's a company-wide capability. And also the underlying thread is that designing team for autonomy, accountability, and cross-disciplinary collaboration, it's so critical. So we are almost coming to our end, and I don't want to leave without thinking about what could be the biggest mistakes that we could do while we are scaling this agentic workflow. So my question is, as you have scaled these workflows, what's the biggest mistake or the common mistake you see teams make, and how can others avoid it? I think that's the critical part. Marcus, would you like to kick it off?
Absolutely. This is, in some respects, the kind of $64 billion question, in that whilst agentic AI opens up huge opportunities, the mistake that I've seen organizations make is effectively trying to mask underlying challenges with their data pipelines, with their build pipelines, with their IT architecture, by putting agents on top. And I think that gets you so far. And yes, you can probably mask some of those challenges. But I'd love to get Ed's thought on this as well. In my experience, the best AI implementations are able to take advantage of underlying data structures that make sense, underlying IT systems that make sense, discipline around CI/CD, and the ability to ensure that there is good governance overall. And so, I'm sure that some of the people watching this are saying, wow, it sounds like Marcus and Ed work in amazing environments where everything is pretty well architected. And to some extent, that's probably true. But I think that people have to be very intentional about their use of AI. And if I can just give you a specific example, I used to be the chief product officer and the chief technology officer for National Geographic. And we were very early adopters of AI, and we were using AI, working super closely with AWS to implement some personalized experiences for hundreds of millions of consumers. And as you probably know, National Geographic serves in excess of 300 million consumers every day. One of the challenges that I faced was that there was a desire to take many of the legacy data sets that we had in the National Geographic archive and to make those available to people using personalized bots that would effectively create for Divya or for Ed a very customized view of the National Geographic archive. Here's the challenge. Historically, if we look in those data sets, we saw that there was terminology that was used that may not be appropriate today. We would see that there was shifting moral values that may have manifested in the archive, which, just to be clear, is 135 years old. And one of the dangers of using AI, whether it's agentic AI or whether it was machine learning, over data sets like that, is that it may expose some of the historical content and language that may not be appropriate for your current audience. And so this goes back to something that Ed and I have touched upon, the importance of governance. I think it's critical to think deeply about what sits in our databases, what sits in our systems, what are those data that will be available to an agentic agent in a way that wasn't necessarily visible historically. And if you do not do that, if you don't go back and look very carefully at the ecosystem in which you operate, I think we're going to see organizations that damage their brand through the use of agentic solutions that maybe surface things that may not be appropriate for their customers and for the marketplace. And so I'll stop there because this is a topic I'm passionate about, but I see that as a big issue for many organizations.
True. I think, it's a great point that you bring, Marcus. Before I say anything, Ed, what's your take on this one? It's an important question.
Yeah, I agree. It's an important question. I think the popular answer that you'll hear from most folks in issues when scaling is around security and and compliance and that sort of thing, particularly with MCP, and the way that technology. It's a great technology, provides great solutions, but it can also be very dangerous from a security standpoint. That's one. However, I'm going to agree with Marcus in terms of, data readiness, data quality, that sort of thing, and building on top of existing integration frameworks and pipelines, et cetera. We, as a technology company, provide those pipelines and integration, that sort of thing. But we've often seen that folks in the industry, when building their integrations within their organization, have built with any technology, not necessarily ours, but that built very brittle or very quick pipelines to move data around and integrate data, and not thought very thoroughly. And in fact, if you look at the arc of, I'll call it just data management and master data management and that sort of thing over the last 15 years, it's a little bit fallen by the wayside. Things get synchronized, data gets moved around. Humans have access to data in their systems, but humans, when you go and look and there's duplicate records or so on and so forth, or bad data, they get used to that and understand that. It just become a cultural thing within organizations. Oh, bad data. I've got 2 contact records of this. This phone number's bad here, but this phone number's right. I'm going to use this one. AI, while it can digest these things, can't make the human determination of what's the right thing. It's getting better. It's, maybe on laws of averages, that sort of thing. But, Marcus, you touched on one angle about, inappropriate things for today's society. But I just think of the basics of, like, bad data in generally will be worse data coming out of AI. So as you scale your AI-based solutions, whatever that really bad outcome would be, you really, really, really have to focus on data management solutions, proper integrations, proper frameworks, get back to the fundamentals on your data sources and your data quality within your organization before you scale up AI, and making sure right systems are connected, right systems are defined as systems of record. Make sure that, just at the end of the day, it's high quality data that you're feeding into these AI systems. Otherwise, it'll be very bad data coming out.
Yeah, it reminds me, garbage in, garbage out. And
Yeah.
while we keep up with, the latest tech, we shouldn't forget the strong foundations. So data is the foundation for whether it's ML, AI, or, agentic. So great points. I do a kind of +1 on that human checkpoint at decision nodes. I think that's so important. While we are progressing, we should not forget that it's human that build the AI. So we should always have them in the loop. Awesome. Such a wonderful discussion. So I would like to thank you both, Marcus and Ed, for sharing all your experience and insights today. But before I let you go to close out, I want to leave our audience with one key takeaway or a final thought as they build and redefine their AI native organizations. So let's hear from you, Marcus.
Yeah, I think the most important thing is to be very clear about what the organization is trying to achieve, to acknowledge some of the issues that Ed and I have talked about in terms of data quality and governance, but fundamentally not to lose sight of the fact that this is an incredibly fast moving space. And I don't think that most organizations will be able to unlock the potential just by themselves. I think this is a situation where it makes sense to partner with organizations that have deep, specialized technical expertise that can help you. And a bit like digital transformation, I saw many organizations that said, hey, we're going to set up our own team and we'll build a digital function and we'll go off and we'll explore this. In many cases, it would have been faster to partner with AWS or Google or Microsoft to move things forward. And I think that in this AI generation that we're in, particularly with the potential for agentic solutions, there are a lot of specialized organizations out there that can really help you to accelerate your work in this space. And so thinking beyond the boundaries of your organization and thinking about the wider ecosystem and seeking out specialist help is the thing that I think is really important.
Very true. Ed, let's wrap up with you.
Yeah, I think for me, it's very simple. There's a lot of tools, technology, buzz in the industry around AI, tooling, integrations, orchestration, et cetera. At the end of the day, focus on your business outcomes and what you want to achieve versus the tools and technology, and you can't go wrong. I see too many people focus on what's the next tool, what's the next tech. They keep chasing those things and doing what I like, just science projects versus actually making an impact in the business. So getting back to the classic, what are the use cases? What can I implement to make my business better? And then go after those and achieve those outcomes versus science projects with technology.
Wow, that was a good one. Awesome. Thank you all for joining. Enjoy the rest of your day. And remember, the era of AI native organization is here. So let's build it well. Thank you.
And that is it for ProductCon AI. A huge thank you to our panelists. A huge thank you to our amazing speakers. An incredible thank you to our incredible sponsors. And the biggest thank you, do you know who it's going to go out to? No, I'll wait. I mean, I only have 5 seconds, but yes, it's all of you, everyone who tuned in live from all around the world. My name is DJ Will Gill. Thank you all so much for the honor. Until next time.